Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host. The y'all mean the revolution and Trump breaks the internet, y'all. Making McDonald's great again. But before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe. Let everybody know Core Figure is live. You in the House of Revolution and Trump shames Kamala Harris, trolls her big time. She lied, pretend like she ever did a hard day's work. She pretended like she worked at McDonald's, and Trump went in Pennsylvania, blue state. But it was so many people outside. I don't think this particular video going to show how many people. MAGA supporters, Trump supporters flooded the blue state and flooded this city to see Trump at McDonald's.
At McDonald's, but I never did. I'm running against somebody that said she did, but it turned out to be a totally phony story. So if you don't mind, I want to work the French fry counter.
Absolutely.
Okay, how much are you paying me?
How much are you paying?
Hello, everybody.
Indy is here. This is Indy. She has an apron for you.
And good job on the first day.
I think I should take off.
President Trump.
Should I take off my jacket? I think so. The press wants to see this. Oh, you. He's a wealthy guy. He owns a lot of McDonald's. That's great. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I think that's good. You want to do that? Yeah.
Mr. Trump, what's your favorite thing to order at McDonald's?
I like it all. I like every ounce of it, everything. But I do like the French fries where I'll be working. I listened to Kamala. She said it was so hot. It was so hot. It was such a tough job. But don't you have a man that's been doing it for many years at the French fries, right?
I want to learn everything.
We're going to see. I'm going to learn how to do it right now. Thank you.
Welcome here.
So President Trump, I have right Jason. JoJo's going to teach you some high.
Kamala never worked a hard day in her life. Only worked to lock up black people and single mothers.
We're going to start over here on the fry house. I'm going to take the lead at first and show you the basics, and then I'll pass it over to you. All right? So first thing we're going to do is we're going to grab a bad fry. We're going to slowly and gently lower them in. So we don't burn ourselves. We're going to hit the fry.
You can't go to McDonald's and pay for all of the people, food and stuff like that. Because she's trying to make money. She's a roach.
And then hit the timer. Now, in a couple seconds, the duty timer is going to go off. When that duty timer goes off, that basically means that the fries, we need to lift them out of the oil and shake them so that way they don't get stuck together. And then after that, we're going to put it back down. We're going to let the fryer cook. And then when they're done, we're going to bring them over here. So over here, you have all your fry cartons right here. There's a duty timer. So the duty timer, we're going to press it. We'll lift it out of the oil. Give it a couple shakes. Put it back into the oil. Okay? Same thing over here. Timer. Out of the oil. A couple shakes. Back into the oil. And when those are done cooking, our fry station, we got extra small, medium, and large cartons all right there for you. A lot of our orders today are going to be medium. We're focusing on. We've got the AccuSalt dispenser right here. So we're going to dump that on there. The way that this works, it is already measured for you.
Extra small. What is that, free?
Turn it over, let it dispense, and that's that. Yep. That's really that.
That's pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
How long have you done this?
8 years.
And you're very good at it, right?
I appreciate that. Thank you. And then also one other thing, we want to make sure we separate the fries when we put them into the fry station. So we don't want to mix old fries with new fries. We want to keep them all fresh and ready to go for the customers. I can show you real quick this for the carton. When you're opening these cartons, you're going to push on the side, push that bottom part up, and then that's that. And then we're going to hold them like this.
I've had many of those.
There you go.
I probably had more than you.
Probably, yeah.
It's pretty sad when you get right there.
You don't want to squeeze too hard because then you're going to be kind of packing the fries in. We're going to make sure the fries.
You put them in through that, right?
Yep, exactly. We're going to grab our fry scoop and we'll put them in there. And that'll be that. Also, when the fries come up, we're going to give them a swirl, make sure they're all evenly salted and everything like that. And then we'll put them on the fry ribbon, ready to go for the orders.
Mostly medium size?
Exactly.
What percentage would that be?
That's going to be their question. What percentage of medium fries?
Yeah, I don't.
But mostly.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
each
definitely.
location is a little different.
Yeah,
Yeah. Medium, yeah,
that's good stuff.
yeah. And then once these come up, I'll salt them. I'll make a couple for us, and then I'll pass it over to you, and I'll kind of stand by and make sure that it's flowing straight.
Salute.
Very good.
And we'll probably drop it once it's your turn. We'll probably drop another basket, and then I'll take care of these. You'll take care of
He trolled the hell out of Kamala lying behind, talking about she used to work at McDonald's. He went to McDonald's in Pennsylvania. The parking lot packed, everything on him.
Very good, yeah.
Be careful.
She gonna lose Pennsylvania too. She's just not good at this type of stuff.
I'm going to the Pittsburgh game tonight. Pittsburgh Steelers. Should be good.
It should be a good game.
Should be a good game.
Be a very good game.
So how long did it stay in?
Roughly 3 minutes.
So you do the initial shake, you do shake after that?
I'll show, no, not really a shake. So the full timer's going off. We're gonna hit the timer. We're gonna lift them up, hang them onto there, and then we're just gonna drain them. So we're gonna hold it here for around 10 seconds. The wheels drain off them. We'll do these ones too. Fill them up, drain them.
Humble, man.
Roughly 10 seconds. And then we're done. We're gonna lift this, 2 hands, over, drop it in. And then we can put all of our old baskets right over here, ready to be refilled for the next time. Same thing. 2 hands, drop it in. Fry baskets over
And you
here.
always keep them separate.
Yeah, exactly. I want to mix old and
That's
new.
right.
Now we get our extra salt, fold it over. You don't gotta shake it or anything like that. That's exactly what you need.
Wow.
And then like that.
They hate it. Man of the people. They can hate all they want.
Sides, bottom. And then we're gonna give these quick salt, get the salt evenly dispersed. And then all the way in, make sure they're all the way filled up.
The Democrats gonna say McDonald's is tampering with the election. Watch.
Are we allowed to give any to the fake news? Hey, by the way, did you see the crowds out there for the fake news? They've never seen crowds like that. Take you a long
There's more
time
people
to get
outside than be at Kamala rally.
That's a lot of people. What do you think, Doug? Let us know. Report back. There's something going on. Something's happening, Margot.
He bought everybody food.
That's not normal.
And to these days, prices, them families needed that. Somebody to pay for a meal. Joe Biden got the economy so sky high. They needed this free meal on
Then
Trump.
you can go right into here on the left. Yep, slowly, right here. Slowly, gently lowered into the oil.
When it come down here, man, I need one.
Down.
Kamala Harris got the economy so high.
There you go. And then we're gonna hit our fry timer right here. That one's going good. Now we can drop another one too. So we'll grab one more basket, 2 hands. Yep. We're gonna put it right here. Yep. Lower slowly into the oil, don't want to burn. So we can. And then we're just gonna hit our fry timer right here.
Right there.
Yep. Now we're waiting for that duty timer. So now when that duty timer comes up, again, hit the timer, take it out the oil slowly, give it a little shake so that we don't get stuck together, and then lower it back into the oil. So we'll probably, this one will probably go off before anybody else. Yep, there we go. That'd be good, guys. So now lift it out of the oil. 2 hands. Start putting side on that. Shake, and then slowly back into the oil. That's good. And then we got another one going off. So duty time right here, right that button. Good. And then out the oil. Shake. And back into the oil. And then our last one is going to go off. We'll give that a few seconds. I'm going to make a few more fries.
That's good. You got to make some more. Got about 10,000 people out there.
10,000 people out there. They hungry, man. Get them fries and them burgers
Mr. Trump,
ready,
why did
man.
you feel it was important to come here today?
Where them shakes at?
I
Apple
love
pies, man.
McDonald's.
People
I love
hungry, man.
jobs. I like to see good jobs. And I think it's inappropriate when somebody puts down all over the place that she worked at McDonald's. It was a big part of her resume that she worked at McDonald's, how tough a job it was. She specifically worked at the French fry, where they make the French fries, and she talked
Told the
about
hell out
the
of it.
heat. It was so tough. She never worked at McDonald's. McDonald's just confirmed that again, by the way. She never worked at McDonald's. In other words, she's Lying Kamala.
So look, McDonald's confirmed it, y'all. That ain't her employee.
It's a great setup, huh?
She meant the McDonald's in India.
So what's the second handle for a lefty?
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's, so you have lefties that have
Exactly. Yeah. And then also sometimes you have no salt fries.
These the freedom fries, man. These ain't the French fries, man.
That's what you did. Huh?
Exactly. This one's about to be done. 20 seconds on that one. And that one's up. We're gonna start beeping. We'll say full. We're gonna hit the full time.
Y'all don't remember after 9/11, France didn't want to go along with attacking Iraq. So the white Americans started talking about they wasn't calling French fries. They said, well, they're freedom fries. Man, it wasn't but a month later. They forgot all about that.
Timer. We're gonna lift it out of the oil. We're gonna hook it onto here. Lift the handle up, let it drain, give like 10 seconds. Once it's done draining, we're gonna bring it over to the left side, put it into there, salt, and then shake it off.
Could they have some? Looks good, huh? These are definitely fresh. The good thing, they're definitely fresh.
Can you take a step back, sir? And then
I pull.
exactly, and we're gonna hook it right onto there.
Okay, shake a little bit.
Now you don't gotta shake, you just hook it right onto there.
The thing this guy ain't Antifa, I would put some grease
So
on
that
Trump.
way it'll
Get rid of the oil.
Yeah, very well. And then that's good. We're gonna bring them over directly to this one.
All right.
Very good.
Grab one while it's really hot. See if you can touch that sucker. I don't think so.
Then we're gonna bring that basket far right, all the way over to the right, and hang it right up there. And then we got another full timer, so we gotta hit that timer, bring that one up. I'm gonna take care of these.
Okay.
That's right there. Then we put that right far right, hang it right up there.
Yeah.
And then you wanna do the salt over here?
Yeah.
I did these ones already, they're good. You just gotta do that one right there. So grab
I
that.
give them extra salt.
No. That's good. Right there. And then we're gonna grab the fry scoop right here, put it into there, and just give it a swirl. Step up.
Okay. What is this little thing?
Medium fry button right here, sides, and then bottom. You step out.
Kamala and Joe Biden got America's
Never
poor.
even touch it, huh?
They got to line up at McDonald's, and Trump got to feed them 10,000 people for free.
Can I give it to these guys here? Thank
Or
you.
Joe Biden is giving all the money to the migrants. Trump got to
So
feed
we're
to
gonna
Americans.
Sides, bottom,
All right.
and then we're gonna hold it like this, so that way we don't squish the fry.
Okay. Got it.
Exactly, and then grab your fry scoop. Probably get another scoop in there. Step back, please.
Wow.
Let's do a little bit more.
So we'll do another one.
And then this one, we gotta dump it over here. This one's clear for us, so we can put it right into here.
Let's do it.
That, yeah. All the way back there, good. And then you can hang that one right back over there. Thank you. And then we're gonna grab our salt. And then just one it up. No movement. Good. Jump over. And then you're gonna grab the fry scoop and just give it a swirl, get it all that salt mixed up in there. Very good. Step back again.
Cool.
And we're gonna take from these ones first. We'll just first in, first out with the freshest one.
I like that. Like that. Turn it up. Keep it tight. We got the salt on it. Never touches the human hand.
Very good. Very
Nice
good.
and full.
Thank you.
Good. Then do another one. Yeah. I'll grab it. Okay. Never touched by a human hand. Nice and clean. Of course, my hands are
Man,
nice
only
and clean.
Putin can get love like this, man. He can do this
This
here
guy's a
with the
good
people.
instructor.
I appreciate it.
Wow. I'm going to give a really big one so that, look at that, they're just pouring out of there. How good is that, Margot? Here, Margot, have them. She's been with me a long time. She's the only one can afford to have them.
Now, do you want to keep going with the fries, or do you want to
No, I
change
think
this?
it's good. I think it's good. Now, how about we bag them now?
Exactly. Okay. We're going to go to JoJo. JoJo's going to help you with the bag.
Jojo, you're an expert at this, huh? Let's go. Thank
Okay,
you.
President Trump. So for our first order that's going out the window, we're going to need 3 medium fries. So would you like to put the medium fries in the bag?
I think so, yeah. So
All right,
we'll do that.
that's great. So we're going to start
Because
from
you know
this
who's
side.
taking these, right? Mine. Do they ever ask for more salt?
I know you ain't hiding out
Supposedly
in
we
that
want some
brother,
extra
man.
salt. Can we just go like that?
We will give them salt packets.
Watch this stuff. I love salt. Wait a minute, I spilled some. I'm very superstitious. Now it's over the left shoulder now. Okay, let's go.
All right, yep. So we're going to start from this side.
Yeah,
okay?
fine. Okay, put them in standing up, right?
All right.
Kamala want to give these jobs to the
Expert at
illegals.
this, huh? How long have you done this? How long have you been?
I've been working with them 10 plus.
10 plus, yeah, all different jobs. She doing a good job?
Does an excellent job.
She better, right?
Does an excellent
This
job.
is beautiful. Let's go.
Get that baby a raise.
All right.
How many would you put in a bag like this? Like 6? You do? 6
No,
mediums?
5 is fine.
5?
I will pick the most. First order, get 3 medium fries, and we're waiting for you.
Okay, very good. Let's go.
Salute to my brother Golden Mask for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute, salute. He say, peace alert, peace alert.
Oh, I see. Now I'm going to see that. Oh, that's your customer.
Look at the faces, man.
Wow, it's pretty good. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, man. What got y'all, man? I know y'all wallet hurting.
He's a MAGA guy all the way.
We send out our money to Ukraine and Israel. 10,000 people outside with their kids, hungry.
That's a good-looking group.
We
Hello,
need, hey.
everybody.
They need it. All on Trump.
This is not a normal situation.
Kamala begging for donations. Give them to the
Good-looking family. How did you produce those good-looking kids? Oh, they look like what? How are you? Nice to meet you. Yes, okay, thank
All
you.
right. We appreciate all the this order right here.
Thank you. And there'll be no charge. Trump is paying for it. Is that okay? Yes. Oh, you go to some extra stuff.
Oh, okay,
This is all on Trump.
Oh, hold on.
I'm allowed to do that, right?
Yeah.
Come on, man. It's all on Trump.
It's everything you said it would
It
be.
better be. It's going to be the best yet. I made it myself.
You're the man. Make America
That's
great.
it. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good time. Have a good time. That's great.
This
How cute is it?
car.
The next car?
Yes, they get both bags.
You like them both at the same time?
Yes, that is right.
Hello, how are you? You're a good-looking guy. I love you. Give me a thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will. I promise. Thank you very much. That's on you. Okay? Have a good time. Thank you very much. I'll see you at the White House. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, fellas. Come on. We have another order coming
And this
Only in
is
America,
in.
man.
Thousands.
When the president come feed the people.
Hello. How are you? What a beautiful woman. Look at it. Beautiful.
Help them. As the Democrats, they gave their money away to Israel and Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Mom. Take Mom over there. Thank you very much. Thank you, darling. You have a great mom? Good or great? That's right. She knew what to say. Thank you very much. Thank you, darling. Wow. So nice.
all right. You're doing a good job.
Okay. These are nice people we're meeting, huh?
Yes. And this is so here. So you hear one
Yeah.
heavy.
Larry, look at this guy. I'm not going to mess with him. Huh?
How you doing,
You look
sir?
fantastic. Hello. Boy, how are you? Your new baby. How are you?
Doing great.
How are you? So this is compliments of you. Okay?
All right.
You go have a good time. Don't eat too much, right?
Come on, man. Look, them little kids in the cars, they never gonna forget
Thank you,
that.
honey. Have a good time.
Trump done bought them Happy Meals and fries, bro.
Thank you. This is fun. I could do this all day. I wouldn't mind this job. I like this job. I think I might come back and do it again.
Thank you.
Look at that. Look at that. How are you?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Nice to see you. How you
You made it possible for ordinary people like us to meet.
doing? You're not
I
ordinary.
mean, thank you so
You
much.
are not ordinary. I can see.
We pray for you, and you are the type of person we want to be the president.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So nice. Thank you very much. Yeah, I took a bullet. That's right. When you think about it, I guess that's it. Thank you very much. Beautiful wife. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Great honor. Have fun.
Okay.
Nah, that was Kamala cousin, the Indian guy out there.
Both
He
of them.
turned on her for Trump.
Hello, everybody. I'm having a lot of fun here, everybody.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Look at all the fake news over there. Hello, everybody.
You can take
I said, look at the
this,
fake
Now,
right?
this
news
is
over there.
compliments of Trump, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. President,
Yes.
please don't let the United States become Brazil, my native Brazil.
We'll keep it
Please,
good.
please, please.
We're going to make it better than ever, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure, Mr. President. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you over there.
Oh my God.
Have a good time.
Thank
Nice
you.
to see
You
you.
too.
Bye, darling.
This is why they want him dead.
Thank you. How good are these people?
Did you order anything yourself?
I'm going to take plenty. I'm going to definitely have French fries for the plane. Have you seen the people over there? That is thousands of people.
Watch down, Mr. President.
That's great. Huh? How are you? Nice to see you. Here's my guy. Great cinematographer. Not enough. I want more. I want more money. No, I'm big. I'll tell you what, it's a great franchise. It's a great company. And they've been very, very nice. And you know, if you look at really what's happening, look at the crowd over there. Look how happy everybody is. They're happy because they want hope. They need hope. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're going to give, much more than hope.
Trump done pull up in their
We're
hood.
going to
These
take hope and
Pennsylvania
make it fact.
blue state,
You actually have worked at
he
McDonald's.
hogging her
Now I
voters.
have worked.
Because her voters
I've now
hungry
worked
too.
for
They turning
15
on her.
minutes more than Kamala. Okay, she never worked here. I've now worked 15 minutes more than Kamala. So worked at McDonald's. I'm going to say because she's lying, Kamala. That's why. Why would she lie? She shouldn't lie about it. McDonald's confirmed 4 times now. She never worked here. But let's not talk about that. It's an amazing business. It's an amazing country. And we're going to make America greater than ever before. We're going to do it. And it's companies like this. Look at the enthusiasm. I mean, that's thousands of people over there. They go miles back. That's incredible. So, look at that.
She got to buy this type
We'll
of
be at the
promotion.
Pittsburgh game tonight, and we look forward to it. And it should be a good game. And, yeah, good team. They have a great coach. Pittsburgh, great coach. And we'll see how it is. It'll be interesting.
She forced Usher to campaign for her because she got the Usher and Diddy tape.
It requires expertise. I'm going through the French fry stuff.
Lizzo on the Diddy tape. She had to come out for the Democrat.
And it requires great expertise, actually, to do it right and to do it fast. Yeah.
You appreciate McDonald's more now. You appreciate McDonald's more now than you work here.
Well, I do appreciate maybe a little bit more. Yeah, you take it for granted. You say, "Give me French fries." I'll never forget this experience. Okay. Now I know how to do it. It's very good. But you know what? It's beautiful. It's clean. It's really nice. You never touch them. I always figured somebody stuffs them in with their hand, and I don't like
McDonald's
that.
already came out and said they checked their file. She never worked there, man. She a finesse.
It's really great.
She was probably
So I
under her
wanna thank
Indian
you all
name,
for
finessing
coming
it,
out, and we're going to see you soon. We'll see
using
you at the
fake
next stop,
social security
and then we'll
numbers.
see you later on at the game. I love Pennsylvania. I went to school at the Wharton School at Penn, so I love Pennsylvania. Always have.
President, you went to the Trump store at Savannah Corner. It's about 2 miles down.
They have a Trump store.
Yes, sir.
I'd love to go. I don't know if Secret Service could work it out. I'd go there. How about that? Could we do it?
It's a
Can we
Trump
go to
store.
the
He can
Trump
go
store?
shoot
They
her.
have a Trump store.
Yeah, he want his cut.
I don't know. People open up Trump stores all over the country.
There you
They're
go.
beautiful. It's 2
Yeah,
blocks
he's
down.
sending his people right now.
Check
Trump,
it
look,
out.
don't check it out.
Take a look. I do it in 2 seconds. They have Trump stores all over the place.
Yeah,
I
he
get
want his
nothing
cut,
out of
man.
it. You know
Trump
what I
ain't
get?
crazy.
The presidency out of it. That's all I get. Anyway, I love these people. They open up the Trump store. They do great. And that makes me feel good.
You feel better when you
Take
get
a
your
look at the
slice on
store.
Trump.
Secret Service can do it. I'm doing it. I like the idea. We have plenty of time.
Takeout order.
Huh?
Takeout order.
I don't know. What do you want? Do you want something while you're there?
French fries.
I'll tell you what. How about if we gave you some French fries? All
There
right.
you go.
Are you? That's sort of a bribe, but I think a prize for a buck is okay, right? I'm going to get you some French fries. Somebody come up here and take them. Let's get them some French fries, okay? These for the fake news. These guys don't get any. They're nice and warm and comfortable, right? All right, good. Give me a couple more. Oh, you're very stingy with that product. Look at that. She's a good worker. You want to have. That's the kind of people you want to have work. She gave them one French fry to 30 reporters outside.
Would you like 2 in the bag?
2 in a bag, yeah.
Okay.
2 in a bag.
Thank you.
We'll throw them out the window.
I like his ambition.
Yeah,
Short 'em.
pretty good, right? Pretty good. Now, a lot of people look forward. They kept saying, "When are you going to McDonald's?" And I said, "Let's do it." So and we have the owner. We have a man that's a friend of mine. That's a great guy. How many McDonald's do you own?
I don't know. I just set this up. I'm the health club.
Yeah, but don't they go well? I know you're the health club. I thought what you do is you eat McDonald's and you go to the health club. And what's that?
Yeah, Trump tried to throw the dude the alley oop. How many you own? You own about 20, huh? You know, I don't really own. Come on, man. Trump tried to throw you alley oop. Get your name
I'll
up.
leave them in there for you, okay? You want to move them back? Yeah, here. Here you go.
What do you think we should move the needle for you in Pennsylvania?
I don't know.
I want to say this is a good friend of mine. He own plenty. How many you own? Trump just put that back.
She's gonna have no fracking. It's gonna cost Pennsylvania 500,000 jobs and the revenue's untold.
How do you connect with us voters?
I think just by being myself. I want to be myself. All I want to do is be myself. They know what they have. We have the best economy ever. We have the strongest borders ever. We have a military that knocked out ISIS in a few weeks as opposed to years, which they were thinking they would take. We beat ISIS in literally record time, very quickly and decisively, and we did a great job. But we had the greatest economy ever. We had the best border ever.
Being conservative versus confrontational.
Well, I always like to be conciliatory, but sometimes confrontation is important. And I can agree with when you negotiate with other countries and they've been ripping off the years, because our country's been ripped off for years and decades with other countries and by other countries, even our friends. And we changed a lot of those trade deals, and we're going to change the rest, and we're going to bring jobs back to our country.
Either way, will you accept it?
Kamala, she can't do this, man. Either you have it or you don't. You can't buy this type of shit, man.
It's no, I don't think so. I think it's exactly this way. RCP said you're 93.2% chance of winning.
She's scared of reporters, man. He eating it up, and they eating it up. They groveling at his feet, man, in the McDonald's line serving fries.
Thank you very much.
Exposing her. Don't forget that she never worked at McDonald's. She told a simple lie like she worked at McDonald's, pretending like she calming people. That's a lie. You never worked a hard day in your life except locking up black people and single mothers for truancy and things of that nature, keeping blacks in jail. That's the hard work you did.
Some people say that Harris might be more unifying.
Unifying. I think she's the most divisive person I've ever seen. And she lies about her job.
Y'all got so much hate. Some of y'all got so much hate for Trump. Y'all just going for policies y'all know is wrong. Y'all hate Trump so much that you want kids to transition. That's disgusting. You hate Trump so goddamn much that you're okay with them telling us we can't be the head of the household no more because the school gonna be the head of the house. That's disgusting. I could never hate a man that much. I'm opening up my household to the fucking government. Are you crazy?
They said she was the worst we've ever seen at the border. She did the job she did at the border, and that really breaks our country apart. They allowed so many people into the country. 21 million people. 13,000 of which were murderers released from prisons all over the world. Thank you all very much for coming. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Grab some before you lose them. He's my kind of guy. You want ice cream? I'll get you some ice cream. Everything working good? You're doing a good job. You're doing a good job? Thank you, everybody. So we'll see you at the next stop. But I hope you're going to grab that crowd because they said you got how many 10,000? How many TikTok channels? TikTok. How many hits do we have on TikTok? 10 billion views. And that's TikTok Jack. Because actually, it's very focused. We got TV Clover this morning, and he's obviously got things going well. He will call me on occasion. I think. Thank you, everybody. That's a long way. We'll pay our regards. Good job. Thank you very much. How long have you had it?
This location about a year. I've been an operator for 12 years.
I see. So this is a good location.
Yes.
Are you going to be able to do it with 10,000 people outside? Or maybe that's a lot of people, right? You got to say that's impressive, isn't it? Very impressive. Thank you all. Who are you with? NBC?
CBS, sir.
CBS. You mean the home of 60 Minutes?
I don't work there.
They did a bad thing.
Trump said, "Oh, you the op. Oh, I don't work there anymore, Mr. President." Trump said, "You want a job?" That's how you get hired on the spot when you be honest. But you know, y'all Kamala fans, y'all don't go nowhere, all right? Cause I know y'all was here to hear Kamala and all that shit. Hope y'all still here, cause I got some bad news for y'all. All y'all who was saying Kamala gonna win, just stick around.
I understand if you don't like this reality, but this is the reality. Donald Trump has somehow managed to increase his support among the following groups: union members and working class Americans, especially those without a college degree, Black voters, Latino voters, Arab American voters.
Appreciate the love.
Maybe it's time to look inward, Democrats.
They'll never. Donald Trump has gained support in all fields the Democrats had strongholds on: union members, Black voters, Muslim members, Latino members. All this is the poll. So y'all say whatever y'all want in this comment section. But people, it's crystal clear now that it seems that I don't know if y'all been able to persuade people in real life, but it's obvious Black people, Latino people, the union members, Muslim people are saying no way in hell in strong numbers now. The Democrats used to be their playground. Not anymore. And now the Democrats got to face the fact they lied to the people. They said Kamala was so strong. That's a lie. She's lost the stronghold the Democrats had on their communities. That's over. And they might not never get it back.
Never going to do it. So they're just going to keep losing and constantly being bewildered.
There is absolutely nothing that Biden could do short of pulling a Jesus and resurrecting all those lives that could make us come back to the Democratic Party for the presidential. And if that election were held today, Harris would win. I can't have that. I made the political calculation that I need to vote for Trump, whether I like it or not.
No, I told y'all that those Arabs and a lot of Muslims, I don't know about the Muslims, a lot of the Muslims in America, but the ones who give a damn about the genocide being committed, I'm on record saying ain't no way in hell they was gonna vote for Kamala, and that you won't be able to say, well, Trump would be worse. They don't give a shit about who would be worse. They care about who's genociding the people, and they're a strong bloc. So go out there and tell them they're lying. They really lying on TV. It's fake polls. That they're actually they tricking people. They really are gonna vote for Kamala. No, they ain't. And that polls is showing she's finished with the Arab Americans. Finished.
My message to President Biden is I voted for you and I regret it.
Will you vote for him in 2024?
Absolutely not.
They want her to see her move in a particular direction. Has she done enough?
I don't think so. And I've been talking to people in the business sector in the Arab American community, and I was really surprised this week to get an earful to hear them say that they would much rather either vote a third party, not vote at all, or vote for Donald Trump. And I'm telling you, it's not obviously a significant sample size, but I cannot find one Arab American within my social circle in business or personally who have said that they will vote for Kamala Harris. When you look at the polling.
Now here's an Arab American saying she hasn't found one Arab American in the business section. Listen to him. That said they're going to vote for Kamala Harris. She haven't found one. Like in my real life, I haven't ran into one Black person, except for some of y'all in this audience that say they voting for Kamala. So I don't know what's going on with y'all. But here's an Arab on CNN. Tell the truth. They don't care about the lies they was telling in the beginning that Kamala was surging in the polls. Where? With the Greek freaks? Where? Who was she surging with? Who? In the fraternal groups? For surging with the fraternal people? But here it is. This is the warning sign. It's over. The game is up. No one's buying that bullshit anymore. And as long as Netanyahu crazy ass is on doing that mayhem in the Middle East, she damn sure ain't gonna win.
Polling, it seems sort of neck and neck. What they are saying, and this is not a Donald Trump campaign line, that Tiffany Trump's father-in-law, who's a Lebanese businessman, has been successful in kind of converting and talking to people to explain why Trump would be better, even with a Muslim ban, even with everything else that has happened. They feel they do not have any political clout. They don't have any political operation. The only political power they have is their vote, even if it means the rise of Donald Trump.
That's extraordinary.
Arab Americans and Muslim Americans are mad. Just like every other voting bloc that the Democrat Party is used to just, having and just they don't have to do anything for, them. They don't care. But even though they try to pander for votes, that's the thing. Like if you treat us all the same, that's one thing. But they specifically use race and gender identity politics in order to segment us. And then they go around and promise that they're doing all this. They're for each and every one of these groups. But what happens when you no longer get their support because they see through the BS? And not only do the Democrats have a problem and are bleeding Black Americans, Latino Americans, union workers, the middle class as a whole, but they have to now worry about this. And this is affecting the numbers in Michigan and several key swing states, which now Trump, according to new polling from Real Clear Politics, is now winning every single swing state. Arab Americans are not just about, they're not just, wanting to just, they're thinking about.
Now understand what she just said. For people who just politicians, just understand, he's winning every swing state. What's a swing state? Swing, it means exactly what it is. Swing the election. Those are states you got to get to swing the election. He's winning every one of them. He was in Pennsylvania taking votes from her, exposing. Now, we didn't just watch the McDonald's video just to get a good laugh. No, it was once again him using his strength, being a man of the people, against her. Showing people she's a liar. She never worked at McDonald's. McDonald's comes out and say, no, they never have. They got the records. We never paid you a check. What was you doing? Was you scamming us? Was you using another name and sending the money back to India? What was you doing? Losing Pennsylvania is what your ass was doing.
About Trump, they're not sure. There may be some, but a lot of the leaders, a lot of the people are speaking out, and they are outright wanting to punish the Biden-Harris administration and Democrats at large.
Well, I mean, first of all, we've heard a lot of lip service from the Biden administration. So a lot of the things that are stated have not been followed through, or in actuality, the opposite has been done. So, for example, saying that you want a ceasefire but continue to send military aid, or saying that you may withhold it in the future but continuing to send it as we speak, is really hypocritical, and the community really sees right through that. And then, on another note, the issue of the election for me and many other voters is not what Biden could potentially do at this point. It's a little bit too little too late. We want accountability. We do not forgive him for the genocide of over 200,000 civilians. So, and if that election were held today, Harris would win. I can't have that. I made the political calculation that I need to vote for Trump, whether I like it or not, in order to effectuate accountability for the genocide. And so that is why I am now not writing in anything. I'm not voting for third party, albeit I do agree with a lot of the other third party candidates, including in my policies and the things that I'm fighting for, even actively to this day. It is a political calculation that I'm making, and it is strictly mathematical in order to ensure, again, accountability for the lives lost.
A new poll that specifically looks into the Arab American vote has some pretty shocking results, especially when you look at how the poll was represented in previous election cycles. So apparently, according to this poll that was done by the Arab American Institute, they found that Trump actually leads Kamala Harris by 1 point. Let's take a look at the graphic. Among those that they polled, 42% say that they plan to vote for Trump. 41% say that they plan to vote for Kamala Harris. But the numbers are actually worse when you specifically focus on likely voters, okay? Because when you look at likely voters, Trump leads Harris 46% to 42%. Only 79% of Democrats support Harris, while 89% of Republicans support Trump. And if you want to get a sense of how devastating this really is, well, in previous polls done by the same organization in partnership with Zogby, they found that the Democratic candidate typically beat the Republican candidate 2-1.
And now they're losing. So this is when Democratic officials go on TV and yell at Arab Americans. Don't you know what's at stake? You owe the Democratic Party your vote. Well, the Democratic Party was in charge when their family members were killed, and we paid for it. So if Joe Biden paid for the bombs that killed your sister, do you think you really owe his party a vote? The level of obnoxiousness and entitlement in that is stunning.
I understand if you don't like this reality, but this is the reality. Donald Trump has somehow managed to increase his support among the following groups: union members and working class Americans, especially those without a college degree, Black voters, Latino voters, Arab American voters. Maybe it's time to look inward, Democrats.
They're never gonna do it.
Those are lies. Those are lies. Those are lies. Donald Trump haven't increased his popularity and his pool and his voters count within the Black American community, within the Arab community, within the union community, within the Latino community. That's a lie. It's all a lie. That's fake news. Why y'all lying? Young Turks, y'all work for Trump now. We used to count on y'all to lie for us and say about the Russian misinformation and talk about Putin invade Ukraine. Now y'all lying for Trump and saying he winning everywhere. Why are you doing this?
So they're just gonna keep losing and losing and constantly being bewildered. The number one advantage Donald Trump has by a landslide, everything else combined doesn't matter. Number one advantage he has is that the establishment attacks him.
Who is voting for Donald Trump in 24?
It's possible.
It's possible.
Yeah. It's definitely not by Harris, that's for sure.
Who's voting for Kamala Harris here? Absolutely no.
No. Not possible.
Lies.
There's nothing
lies.
she can do.
It's
or
all
say.
lies. Y'all really gonna vote for? Why are you lying? Why are you doing this? NBC News. We used to count on y'all to talk about Russian misinformation and to say Putin invaded Ukraine. What's happening? Now you fake news now. Trump done bought MSNBC. Trump bought these 4 people right here. Liars. Lies. All lies, I'm telling you.
Pay for us to change our mind.
Who's voting third party in 2024?
Good chance.
So Jill Stein.
Most likely. It's also a possibility that some of us will just abstain from voting altogether, but we do know that that's not the best political strategy,
Why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Because my main goal is to get someone who is actively funding a genocide out of office.
Is your vote for Donald Trump a vote endorsing Donald Trump, or is it a vote against Kamala Harris?
Against Kamala Harris.
Donald Trump has said he will reinstate the Muslim ban.
He said that last time.
He's said that he wants Netanyahu to finish the job.
Donald Trump said a lot of things his first time around that terrified me. The campaign that the Democrats ran was that.
Do you see that's disgusting? You see, if it had been a black person, Donald Trump said he wanted the Central Park 5 to get the death penalty. Donald Trump didn't want black people to rent his buildings. Donald Trump said, Proud Boys, stand by. That's what they tell blacks. Here you have an Arab person. Donald Trump wants to ban Arabs. Man, lady, please stop trying to scare the people into voting for Kamala and the Democrats. Democrats is genociding people.
That Donald Trump hates us. I felt safe though in the country when Trump was in office. I don't feel safe right now with Kamala in office. So, I mean, that to me speaks more.
That's extraordinary. I mean, and that part, I mean, we were hearing about the inroads that Tiffany Trump's husband was making in the spring when the uncommitted, uninstructed movement in a couple of states in Wisconsin and Michigan were such a big deal. I mean, 48,000 votes for uninstructed in Wisconsin. That's more than twice Joe Biden's margin in 2020. In Michigan, 101,000 uncommitted votes. That's just shy of what Joe Biden won that state by. I mean, this is important and it could be decisive.
And there's 200,000 Muslims in Georgia that no one talks about too. And in the CARE poll, which came out several months ago, Kamala Harris was in third place among Muslims in several of those states behind both Donald Trump and Jill Stein. So there is this position that she's in. But she also said, by the way, in clips that they shouldn't go to Rafah. And she said that she would put something on the table against Bibi Netanyahu's government if they did go into Rafah. And now she's taking a big credit that they killed the terrorists in Rafah. It is a little bit of a flip-flop moment for her in a very fast time, considering how frequently she flip-flops.
We're talking about also what Joe Biden's position was. He was the one who created that red line about Rafah, which Israel completely ignored. But one interesting thing, I mean, I noted Trump didn't address this today at all.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
I don't think he needs to, honestly. I mean, I think.
I mean, don't you think it's a huge? I mean, this is a big moment.
It is a big moment, but if I'm looking at it through the political lens, I'm listening to everything you just stated, and if my daughter is sending her father-in-law out to these consequential places and they're talking to that particular community, I'm going to allow that to exist. I'm going to focus on other things. I recognize the liabilities for the vice president. They're the same liabilities for Joe Biden. They may even be potentially worse for the vice president, because I think the expectation was because she's younger and also of color, there would be some sort of shared understanding with the Arab American community, and there isn't. So that's a huge problem for her.
And I think it's the forgotten that you talk about. This is a community that isn't often followed very closely. They've typically in the past 2 decades voted Democratic. And to have these people say this, and keep in mind, when you look at this and people are viewing in the Arab world, 60% of the Arab world is under the age of 30. They are coming of age with this war. It doesn't matter whether they're Lebanese or from Saudi Arabia or Jordan. They feel very strongly that this needs to end. And when you talk to them about what direction we should go in with the White House, they don't believe that Kamala Harris is offering a change.
Well, and they also, there's a particular concentration in Michigan that affords its own power of swaying, not quite like Cubans in Florida, but that same point. And that's why it's been a little surprising to me that the Democrats have not approached this much differently, because if you want to try to win this without Michigan, go ahead and do it. I just would not make that my strategy. And it felt like they basically punted on that with their policy.
Well, it's a kind of, I mean, they're in a tough spot because there is U.S. policy, which is staunchly behind Israel. There is also a pretty sizable contingent of Jewish Democrats for whom this is also a huge issue. So she's trying to be right there in the middle, and that's not what Arab American voters and Muslim voters want to hear. They don't want a down the middle response to this.
Yeah, I think it's a tough position to be in, because I think that she's the current VP of a president that has a policy that she needs to be respecting and behind. And she's a current candidate, which rarely happens the way we're doing it like this. And so what, if I may ask you, what does the Arab community want to hear from her? They want to say she's going to do what that she could do without stepping on her boss's toes.
I think it is the loss of life over and over again. The fact that this many people can die and nothing be done about it.
Right.
And they feel that they don't have a voice and ability to advocate for what they believe should be an end to this. And simply calling for an end is not enough for this community.
Coming up in this episode.
It's amazing that it has convinced the people that it hurt that when they were hurting them, it wasn't them, it was someone else. And now they're going to fix the hurt they caused without taking any credit for the hurt. That, my friend, is an abusive relationship. This show is brought to you by Tim Black. This me. No Democrats or Republicans were crazy enough to support this show. They know better because I say things that I feel. And sometimes when you say things that you feel, people get their feelings hurt. So they won't support the show. So I need you to go to patreon.com, Tim's Take Live. Join me as a VIP member, and you will get rewarded in the afterlife.
Should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again. Never again. Never again.
A clip of her yelling at an event today. I guess it was Wisconsin. I don't know where she was. Yelling somewhere about something in a bunch of room of white people. About how horrible Trump is. You know, I don't even think really like people that are the brokes, the brokies, the poor people, the middle class people just kind of working. I don't think they take off work to go see some shit like that. I don't even think. We gotta start being real about who are the people that are participating in these elections. Who are the people that are going to these rallies? Who are these people that are showing up? I mean, would you take off work to see Kamala Harris? If not to give her a piece of your mind? Like, what would drive you to do that? You would already have to be someone delusional. To miss a day of work to go see this windbag be more windbaggy. Why would you want to go see that? There's a reason. She's not saving you from anything. She's the thing to be saved from. She's the one in power. How can you, like, it looks like I'm going to end up where I started. I just don't get it. Supporting the Democratic Party to me is like someone breaking into your house. They break into your house, you're scared for your life. You're doing something, I don't know, maybe you're watching some television, you hear something at the door, before you can figure out and register that it's not the television, they're through your door. They're coming at you. There's nothing to grab. You're in your pajamas, you're in your PJs, your whitey tighties, whatever you wear. I don't wear whitey tighties, but you may not be as fashion forward as Tim Black, okay? I'm in boxers, but you do as you do. Some of you go, commando, but okay. That would be really embarrassing if you're sitting there butt naked in a tank top, and here come the. But anyway, the guy's coming through the door. Ah! Here they come. They grab you, they tie you up. This is at a Diddy show, don't worry. We're not going there. You're tied up. Ah! You're in the chair. Oh, God. Oh, God. Help. They're like, don't, calm down. Stop crying like a Democrat. Not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna take all your money and give it to some people that need operations. What? I'm just gonna take all your food and give it to some people that just got here yesterday.
No, Queen.
And I don't know. There's some toxic stuff over here in your foyer. Don't breathe that if I was you. Might give you cancer or something. And I'm just gonna leave your house a wreck. Yeah, by the way, I called down to your job and got you fired too. Yeah, we're moving your job overseas. Yeah. On outside, we got some Venezuelan gangs waiting on you outside. You're taking up your neighborhood. You're stuck to chill like, oh God, I can't believe this. No. Hey, calm down. Not gonna hurt you. Just telling you what it is. Also, there's gonna be some tornadoes are gonna come through. Don't worry, we got $750. Get you back on your feet. And also, we're going to what else we're gonna do? Okay, we got some Lyft jobs. Your jobs leave them. We got some gig economy jobs for you. They don't really come with benefits, but you can work for yourself. Yeah, you can work for yourself. Yeah, that means you got to run your car into the ground, and then you don't get another one because we don't provide those. Use your own car. But but you're your own operator. Yippee, entrepreneurism. You're stuck to the chair, you're tired, you're still afraid. Yeah. And as quickly as they came, they leave out. They leave out the door. They leave you there with the toxic waste by the foyer. Your food's gone, your money's gone, your job's gone. You hear gunfire outside, everything's effed up. And then, out of nowhere, they come back in the house. They untie you. They untie you. Oh, God. You're sitting there. Why are you doing this? It's like, what? I'm here to help. Hey, let's clean up this mess. Let's get you on your feet here. Guys, get you going. You're okay. You're all right. You're still scared out of your effing mind. Like, no, I'm the good guy. It's that guy outside you need to worry about, the Trump. I'm your friend. I'm on your side, dummy. You jumping and jerking and shit. Yeah, but you on my side? Yeah, I got empathy. I like you. You're telling me that Kamala Harris is a good person. I just think about, that's a home invader. That's what that is. And you have a right not to like them. And they don't get credit for untying you. They tied you up, and they don't get credit for helping remove the toxic shit because they dumped it there. And they still didn't fix the Venezuela gang, and they didn't get your job back. Right? You don't want the damn Lyft job, do you? You don't want the whatever, the Instacart. No, Insta this. Right? You don't want those things. And see, Democrats think that you could play both roles. That's what this election is about. But people have their heads up their asses. They don't see that the person that caused all their shit that they're complaining about is the same person coming in saying, I got your back. Those are the same people. And they didn't even put on a different mask. Their faces were uncovered. It's not even like, I mean, the guy's the same person that came in and tied you up in your tidy whities. That's the same person. But you treat them like they are the hero. No, they're not the hero. They're the villain. I'm not saying Trump is the hero either. But he didn't do it. Okay? He didn't do it. So that's where I come up. That's how I see this. I can't imagine how you, in your mind, make it, how you square it in your brain to make it okay. What happened? Like, for you to pretend. Either you like the way things are or you don't. What the Democratic Party has done is something it's diabolical, it's sinister as hell, it's dishonest, it's the thing of legend though, because it's amazing that it has convinced the people that it hurt that when they were hurting them, it wasn't them, it was someone else, and now they're going to fix the hurt they caused without taking any credit for the hurt. That, my friend, is an abusive relationship. It is the textbook of what a spousal beater or an abuser would do, which is convince you are responsible for your own beating. But it's worse. They got you convinced it was somebody who didn't lay a hand on you. That has an alibi. They were in court. Trump didn't do it. He was in court the whole time. He's got an ironclad alibi. He wasn't the one. He wasn't the president. He was in court, and it's these other two that did it. And you still. That's how much you hate. That's how much power the media has. Because in no other circumstance would it even be possible without the influence of media. Because there is no way, if your neighbor come and took a dump on your lawn, and you're looking out the window at them do it, you wouldn't blame it on somebody who was 4 miles away.
There's a group called White Dudes for Harris. Have you seen this? White Dudes for Harris. Anybody know? Are some of you here? White Dudes for Harris? Doesn't sound like it. But I'm not worried about them at all because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me.
So look, if Jimmy Carter can vote early, you can too. So look, if Jimmy Carter can vote early, you can too.
So Kamala Harris, the Democrats, I mean, we know they're panicking because new polling has just dropped, and it confirms that she has actually nosedived. This poll is from the most accurate pollster from the 2020 election. So we're going to take a look at that.
No, these are
now,
lies.
What is the Democratic Party's response, right? What are they doing in response to this new polling? Well, it's a bunch of desperate decisions. And I want to take a look at each of these desperate decisions that the campaign has been making. And let's start with the first one from Detroit.
I'm so proud to be from this city. You know, they say if Kamala wins, then the whole country will be like Detroit.
No, you don't
Okay? Proud like Detroit. Resilient like Detroit.
So she brought Lizzo out. And my only question is, so will the country be crime-ridden like Detroit? Because we know Detroit was ranked the second least safest city in America. Yes, let me say that again. The second least safest city in America. So is that really the standard? I find it funny how triggered they get when we just state the obvious about Detroit. Detroit is not a safe city. It's not the city it used to be. As long as Democrats continue to control that city, it will never be what it used to be. That's just a fact. You can say the same thing about Chicago. Chicago, Detroit, the potential is there, but the Democratic policies are killing these cities, especially when they're so soft on crime and they are taking on all these illegal migrants, which is draining resources, et cetera, et cetera. Now, if you thought that was desperate, look who turned out in Atlanta.
I love you more, but I love Kamala Harris even more. I want her to be our next president of the United States.
What you did to young Justin Bieber, boy.
And we can do it, but we're gonna do it together. One more time. We ready? What? Come on, Georgia.
For you
what?
To go to jail.
Now, let's just have a little fun. Maybe this is speculation. Maybe it's a conspiracy theory. Maybe it's actually true. Because remember, September 12th, what did Usher say on The View? Oh, I don't get into politics like that. I'm not really into doing all that. It's a personal choice. Okay.
Yeah. Until they reminded him, you on P. Diddy tapes. What you say? And then he came on out for Kamala.
Okay. And then what? A couple weeks later, Diddy was indicted and Usher happened to wipe his entire Twitter feed of anything that had to do with Diddy. And now we're what? About a month since then, Trump, and you're out here campaigning for Kamala Harris? I don't know. Maybe there's something there. Maybe there isn't. I just find the irony to be very funny.
I think that the Who's artist should come out and speak for Kamala against Donald Trump because he is an existential threat to the country. What do you say to that?
You know what? I don't get too deep into politics. I think voting is an individual choice.
Breaking news tonight, Sean Diddy Combs has been arrested in a Manhattan hotel.
I'm supporting Vice President Harris because she fights.
Come on, man. 1 + 1 is 2. 1 + 1 is 2. This clown here, the FBI, they going against Trump. They playing dirty. The FBI don't want Trump in office. They letting him know. Your ass will leak this tape. Why think the innuendo about Bieber? That is Bieber. He took Bieber to P. Diddy. See? Come on, man.
I love you more, but I love Kamala Harris even more.
But yeah, I think that's really desperate. She tried the Megan Thee Stallion thing in the beginning. Now she's bringing out Usher. I mean, if that doesn't scream desperation, I don't know what does. And here's the thing about it. The bigger picture, it doesn't matter if it's Usher or some other celebrity. Her main strategy is to leverage the power of celebrities to get people to vote. But history has shown that doesn't work. Now, of course, Kamala Harris, she has a couple of clips where, I mean, I don't think this is the best way to motivate people to vote for you. But hey, who am I, right? I'm just some guy on YouTube. Check this out.
So look, if Jimmy Carter can vote early, you can too. So look, if Jimmy Carter can vote early, you can too.
I don't think Jimmy Carter is the best example to motivate people. Now, that's got to be elder abuse. I mean, the Democratic Party, they just don't give a shit about their seniors. I mean, Jesus, the way they were treating Joe Biden and the way they've been treating Jimmy Carter, I mean, that is crazy. Now, of course, the person who's crazy is Kamala Harris because, you know, she thinks she's the funniest person in the world.
And of course, Usher. Got you.
Okay, well, we talked about Usher earlier and we know what's going on there. But now it brings us to her surrogates who are having a tough time defending what's going on here. They are all in denial. They can't answer any questions at this point because we know this whole campaign is manufactured on a lie.
People are still supporting Donald Trump despite what you're saying. His message is getting through.
Donald Trump has done nothing for the state of Wisconsin. And, you know, we have the best economy we've ever had, the largest budget work that we've ever had. And we're in good shape. And people are making more money than they ever made. So we're in a good place. And it had nothing to do with Donald Trump.
Let's go back to the economy. You say we're in good shape. People I talk to in this state, in your state, don't seem to be feeling that.
That is a great example of what's wrong with her campaign and the Democratic Party. They operate with a certain level of delusion or arrogance, or they're just so out of touch. How could you say that we have the best economy and people are making more money than they ever have when you have people who are struggling just to get by, right? That even if what you say is true, politically, you can't say that because it doesn't land for voters. That's why Trump has an advantage here, because you guys haven't been able to fix that messaging. You keep saying something that voters don't agree with and don't feel. Just because it says it on black and white paper and your wealthy friends are obviously experiencing the benefits of this economy, it doesn't mean that working class American citizens are experiencing that same economy. And that is the disconnect with their messaging, of course. And the other disconnect is we all know that she's a flip-flopper. So, of course, CNN brought on Bernie Sanders and asked him about that. I think you're going to find his answer pretty interesting and desperate.
So I know you know this, but in addition to the Green New Deal and Medicare for all, single payer for healthcare, and ending fracking, in addition to those being positions that you hold, Vice President Harris used to be with you on all three of them and now is against you on all three of them. Is she making a mistake having reversed those positions?
Look, Jake, I think what we're seeing is a coalition of people, more establishment Democrats and progressive independents. I'm the longest serving independent in American history, come together with the goal of defeating a very dangerous candidate, and that is Donald Trump. In terms of Medicare for all, I personally believe that the current system is broken, dysfunctional. Its major goal is to make billions in profits for the drug companies and the insurance companies, and we end up spending twice as much per capita on healthcare as the people of any other country, while 87 million are uninsured or underinsured. I think it's a broken system.
But Bernie Sanders, this has happened under the Democratic Party. They've been in charge out of this last 16 years, 12 of those years are under your watch. So these complaints you have, why are you not directing that towards your own party? I find that to be interesting. The second thing, now he's on board with Trump is a danger to democracy, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, he has nothing to answer when it comes to Kamala Harris's flip-flopping. In fact, I don't know if he knows this, but he's admitting out loud that she's saying whatever she's got to say in order to win this election. And one more thing, too. In the beginning of his answer, he said established. So are you saying the establishment is coming together to make sure that Trump does not get back into the White House? I think we all know that's actually what's happening here. Now, of course, Bernie Sanders is in denial. And so is Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. Here's his answer to pretty much the same question.
Polls do show that more Americans feel as though President Biden's policies have hurt them rather than helped them. So can you name one key policy difference between Vice President Harris and President Biden? How would her administration look different?
You know, I've been really encouraged by the amount of energy that Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, has put into focusing on how she will cut taxes for small businesses. The focus on childcare tax credit expansion. That's something I've done here in Pennsylvania. We've seen that work to ease the burden on families. I think a focus on those kinds of things is particularly important. And those are the kinds of things I think Kamala Harris has brought specifically to this race.
Those aren't necessarily differences, though. They're an expansion or a tweak to some extent to what's been done. Can you name one policy difference?
Well, listen, again, the contrast I am focused on, Kristen, is between her and Donald Trump.
Yeah, so her and Donald Trump is not the answer to the question. We know, any person with a brain knows there's a difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. I mean, they do represent separate parties, right? I mean, duh. But the question is, what's the difference between her and Joe Biden? Why? Because 70% of the country believes we're going in the wrong direction because of the Biden policies. So can you please just answer the question? And we know that they can't. And that's why she's nosedive in the polls. That's why these polls have the Democratic Party panicking. That's why they have switched their entire message to Trump is bad. He's unhinged. He's not mentally fit. But I believe it's just too little too late. Maybe if they started that 2 months ago and continue to hammer it home, maybe it might have had an impact. But people are already voting. So before we get to these polls, do me a favor. If you get value from this video, make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the channel. If you want to support us further, go to the link in the description below. You can grab yourself a t-shirt or buy us a cup of coffee. Okay, so we're going to go through 3 parts of this polling to make sure you guys are updated and you're encouraged about what the outcome is going to be here shortly in the next couple of weeks. Overall, when it comes to the general election and they take in everyone who is on the ballot, Donald Trump comes out ahead about 3 points. So 3.1, he's ahead of Kamala Harris. So this is obviously bad news. And then Kamala Harris, historically, during this entire campaign, she's been up somewhere around like 1 or 2 points. But when the most accurate pollster is coming out and saying Trump is up by 3, yeah, I think we need to start ringing the alarm. And here's the second part of this. So trust to deal with the greatest challenges to the United States. So what they're doing is they're just going through each of the issues that people are focused on when it comes to casting their vote. And as you can see, like we always have said, Kamala Harris leads on the abortion conversation. She leads on healthcare, but only by 1, which is interesting. Safeguarding democracy, Trump is up by 2. That's crazy. The U.S. economy and job market, Trump is up by 8. Reducing inflation, Trump is up by 9. And immigration, Trump is up by 12. So what does that really mean and why does it matter? Well, it means that people are not stupid, okay? Just saying that Trump is a threat to democracy isn't going to cut it, right? At the end of the day, you hate Trump, you want me to hate Trump, but I still got to pay my bills. Okay, and so finally, we got what the swing states are reporting. They got Trump up by 3.3 in Pennsylvania, Trump up by 2.8 in Michigan, Trump up by 1.4 in Georgia, Trump up by 0.6 in Arizona, Trump up by 0.3 in Nevada, Kamala is up by
Pennsylvania.
0.7 in North Carolina and 0.7 in Wisconsin. So all things considered, if this actually was true, the Electoral College map would look 286 for Trump, 252 for Kamala Harris. Now, part of the reason why we're seeing these numbers actually turn into reality and why Trump is on his way for a win is when you hear ABC reporting the turnout for Republicans when it comes to early voting and the decline for the Democrats. Listen to this.
But based on the likely partisanship of the voters that we've seen so far, we're seeing more Republicans as a share of the electorate than Democrats. Take a look at that. 4 years ago, less than a third, only 32% of people that had voted so far were Republicans. That's up 6 points so far this cycle. Now, that could be a sign of enthusiasm among Republicans. It could be because Donald Trump is sometimes at least supporting early voting. And it may be that these are voters they're going to vote anyway on Election Day. But the bottom line is that people are voting and they're enthusiastic about this race. In Pennsylvania, we've seen Republicans so far ahead of the 2020 pace. Again, Democrats are still a larger share of early voters, but there are more Republicans in just about all of the states where we've seen significant votes so far.
And I guess that's why the Kamala Harris campaign is doing whatever they can to get people to vote. And I guess some of these strategies that they are deploying, besides the whole Trump is unstable, are just out of this world. Like this new strategy in regards to pop the balloon. If you are a man and you want to get a date, you got to get out there and vote. I know that sounds crazy, but take a look at this.
It's a really nice place. Have you been here before?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite spots. I bring everybody here. I said I go on a lot of dates, but... Hello, ladies. I'm Trey. It's good to be here.
What do you do and how much do you make?
I work in finance, making six figures.
How tall are you?
6'5".
Do you have a plan to vote in November?
Nah, not my thing.
Okay. I mean, it's funny, right? I've watched Pop the Balloon. If you haven't, if you want to burn some time, it is entertaining. Anyways, I digress. Maybe this might work. I don't think it will. Again, I find it interesting that only Black people are in this ad. Okay, that's one. Two, obviously, this is a dig at men. I don't know why they keep thinking shaming men or trying to confront men to vote for Kamala Harris is the solution. The problem with the Democratic Party is when you try to treat people as if they're less or different than everybody else, the opposite happens, okay? Black people, Black men, Asian men, Latino men, we're all Americans. Can you just treat us the same? And I think that's where her campaign is going wrong, and that's why she's in trouble. Okay, so we see that they're making their rounds. They have no answers for how different her presidency would be from Joe Biden. We know she's whiffed on that. I guess at this point, they're letting her loose as pertains to her rhetoric. She's trying to push the idea that Trump is unstable, but really she is the unstable one, which is why the polls are what they are, which I showed you. People are seeing through how fake she is. People are seeing the results. Yes, you tell me that Trump is a threat to democracy, but I got bills to pay. And now they're getting so desperate by bringing Lizzo out, Usher out, and now they're trying to shame men into voting for Kamala Harris by using Pop the Balloon theme when it comes to dating. This is not a recipe for success, and that is my opinion. What do you guys think about this craziness that we covered in today's video? I don't even know where to start when you really think about it all, but
Labor Party is sending staff to campaign for Kamala Harris in the United States presidential election. That's right, everybody. Welcome to Britishgate. Sophia Patel of the British Labour Party came out and said on LinkedIn that they plan on sending staff members to key swing states like North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. So I need you to do me a favor. Just work with me here. Replace the name Sophia Patel in the British Labour Party with Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin. And the reason I say that is because if you do, then according to the United States and according to the Democratic Party, what Sophia Patel and the Labor Party and the Democratic Party is guilty of is foreign election interference. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you all to remember it was just September last month that the U.S. tried to bring felony charges against RT employees because they were doing news. Now, they were doing their version of news and commentary while allegedly receiving money from RT, which actually isn't all that weird in the news world, but they were doing so in the same way that, I don't know, Piers Morgan had been receiving money from Rupert Murdoch to push his propaganda. In other words, people receiving a paycheck to give commentary is not new, nor is it news. But according to the Democrats, receiving a paycheck and talking bad about the other party or promoting the other party means that you are guilty of foreign election interference. And not only is Ms. Patel and the Labor Party guilty of foreign election interference, they posted it on LinkedIn for the entire world to know. This is the same Democratic Party that wanted to claim China is guilty of potentially interfering with the election. Iran is guilty of potentially interfering with the election. And of course, they always believe Russia is guilty for interfering with the election. But it turns out it's actually Great Britain, because their people are not only interfering with the election through media, they have people on the ground campaigning for one candidate and against another candidate. And the Democrats have absolutely nothing to say about that. In fact, I'm pretty sure they're funding it. What's crazy is that this same Sophia Patel campaigned for Hillary Clinton in 2016. In other words, while Hillary Clinton was pretending to be concerned with Russian election interference in 2016, Hillary Clinton was actually receiving help, which from her definition, was literally foreign election interference. See, the problem is Labor Party. If you're going to interfere with the U.S. elections, you got to do it legitimately. See, you got to do it like AIPAC. AIPAC just doesn't pay off the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. AIPAC pays off everybody. That way, everybody just looks the other way. At the end of this election, whenever the Democrats pretend like it was Russia or China or Iran that interfere with this election, and therefore everybody associated with them should be punished, I want you all to remember this moment where they openly invited foreign election interference and posted it on LinkedIn.
Was afraid and did not show up to the Al Smith Catholic charity dinner that every presidential nominee has showed up to for the last, 60 years. There's only one who didn't, besides Kamala. You know who that one person is?
No.
Walter Mondale.
Oh,
who
yeah, Trump mentioned it, right?
Yeah, who had the most unbelievable wipeout. He lost every state except Minnesota.
As a kid, I remember he said we were going to have to go to school on Saturday. And as a child who knew nothing about anything, I was like, fuck that guy.
Yeah, well, he also, his campaign slogan was, I'm going to raise your taxes. Can't believe he didn't win. Can't believe he didn't win.
I mean, I couldn't even vote and I didn't vote for him.
Yeah, I know.
That school thing.
And here's why I think Kamala Harris didn't show up. This was from the 2016 event, Al Smith dinner. And this is Trump. Watch this.
Hillary is so corrupt. She got kicked off.
You see, just look at the guy behind Trump when he says this.
Hillary is so
Watch this guy's face. Watch this guy's face. Like, you're not supposed to say this stuff.
corrupt.
He was not.
expecting that.
Look,
Is it the first he's hearing? Is this the first he's hearing of this?
I guess, yeah, that Hillary's corrupt. You're not supposed to say it in polite company.
You know how I know she's
Hillary
very
is
corrupt? Jimmy, why the hell is she still here or around or on things?
That's right.
What office does she hold that I give a shit what she thinks?
Here we go.
Hillary is so corrupt. She got kicked off the Watergate Commission. How corrupt you have to be to get kicked off the Watergate Commission. Pretty corrupt. Hillary is and has been in politics since the 70s.
It's a way of life.
What's her pitch? The economy is busted. The government's corrupt. Washington is failing. Vote for me. I've been working on these problems for 30 years. I can fix it, she says.
Is that a joke?
I wasn't really sure if Hillary was going to be here tonight because I guess you didn't send her invitation by email. Or maybe you did, and she just found out about it through the wonder of WikiLeaks. We've learned so much from WikiLeaks. For example, Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. That's okay. I don't know who they're angry at, Hillary. You're right. For example, here she is tonight in public, pretending not to hate Catholics. Now, if some of you haven't noticed, Hillary isn't laughing as much as the rest of us. That's because she knows the jokes. And all of the jokes were given to her in advance of the dinner by Donna Brazil, which is, everyone knows, of course, Hillary's belief that it takes a village, which only makes sense, after all, in places like Haiti, where she's taken a number of them.
Oh! Whoa! Wow!
Zing!
Big bang.
And people tell me that she wore a young girl's face over her real face. Just throw it in. She drinks blood. We know this. So sad.
Boy, he was that. I think that was what Kamala was afraid of happening. What happened to her there? He was going to tell the truth. Trump was going to tell the truth about Kamala, and she couldn't handle it.
What? She started laughing uncontrollably. Kamala can't deliver a joke, and she can't act or do anything. So, who's going to write her something to say that's going to get approved? One, or no one who's any good at writing jokes. You maybe could get some stupid sketch comedy person, you know, like somebody who nobody has heard from in a while, to come and do something. And I think that's what she did.
Hey, come see us on tour. We're going to be in Los Angeles, Columbus, Ohio, Dayton, Cleveland.
We've been speaking a lot about like young voters and how they feel about the 2024 presidential election. Well, there is news now that apparently young men are moving towards Donald Trump. Now, this is not something that I saw coming. We've talked before about black male voters, and we've talked about like female voters and all that kind of stuff. But when it came to the younger voters in particular, somehow this part was missed. Could it be that more young men are choosing to vote for Donald Trump? Let's get into that clip here from Case Study QB. Thank you so much for this one, Case.
Our latest NBC News poll is showing a big gender gap, with young men shifting their support to Donald Trump. NBC's Shaquille Brewster went tailgating in Background, Georgia, to find out why.
Before kickoff in Atlanta, almost everyone tailgating
is a Falcons fan. I'm with NBC News. We're trying to talk to young voters. And among young men at this NFL stadium in a battleground state,
Probably I'll vote, but probably for Trump. You want to tell us who you're planning to vote for? Trump?
growing support for former President Trump.
Why Donald Trump?
I enjoyed his policies, and he did treat us pretty well.
For generations, the youth vote has favored Democrats.
You go first.
But this year,
Does it feel like more young people are becoming more conservative or trending in that direction? Definitely.
it's a gap that's shrinking, with young men driving that shift.
So again, we are in Georgia, swing state, which apparently, they're interviewing these guys outside, like the Falcons game, tailgating and all that stuff. I went to college down south, so tailgating is like my jam. But swing state, where younger men are drifting towards Donald Trump. And I want you to hear the reasons why. This is important.
Vice President Kamala Harris's lead among men 18 to 29, now within the margin of error.
Why Vice President Harris?
Because I'm not voting for anybody else.
But President Biden won young men by 11 points in 2020 exit polls. For many of them, it's all about one issue.
Well, the obvious issue is going to be the economy.
Issues you care most about? Economy is the top issue for you? Why?
I'm working and I live alone, so that's a big part for me.
You see.
So everybody hearing this? Top issue is the economy. Top issue is the economy. And I continue to hear this wherever I go. It's not just these guys saying it in Georgia. People have been saying this in Massachusetts. I saw a freaking Trump parade, and I still can't believe this. I saw a Trump parade here in Massachusetts when I was driving on the interstate, and it was a parade of Trump people on an overpass above me, and I was just like, the what? Like, I never saw that before. Yes, there are people in Massachusetts who voted for Trump in 2016 and 2020 and supported Donald Trump. But that was the first time, this year has been the first time where I've seen Trump parades. So it makes you wonder, like, what's happening there. But like I said, I think a lot of voters, for them, it is the economy.
More excitement among young men for your message?
Yes. Dante Thompson is the executive director of the Georgia Young Republicans. He and his volunteers are hitting the economy message hard.
Men want to be in control of their own destiny. And those are talking points that we use when we talk to them.
Former President Trump chasing the demographic, making multiple appearances at UFC fights, and doing a round of podcasts with hosts popular among Gen Z men.
Thank you, President. And while Republicans say they see a lot of long-term opportunity in young voters, Democrats say they're working to make up lost ground.
Very aware of it. The Democratic Party is making efforts to correct it.
Devontae Jennings leads the Young Democrats of Georgia.
You got to be in the trenches talking to people, letting them know what the issues are, where you stand with the issues, and how you're actually going to care for them.
Kamala Harris recently appearing in a popular NBA podcast.
It is so good to
Thank
be
you for
with
sitting down
guys.
with us. Both campaigns drawing up their final plays to win this group that could decide the presidency. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News, Atlanta.
Man, that makes me want to go back to tailgate. The tailgating days, fam. So interesting, right? The economy is a big one. Young male voters. Now, some of you may be wondering, okay, but what about, younger female voters? Some of you may be wondering about that. How come their top issue is in the economy? Well, I would say it is still one of their top issues, but I think the overturn of Roe v. Wade tends to be driving more younger women to support Kamala Harris. And that could be the separation there between younger men and younger women. Whereas for younger men who, don't have to deal with being pregnant or anything like that, but they are part of the process. They're part of the process. That may not be their number one concern. Their number one concern would be the economy. And for those younger women, their number one concern may be, the overturn of Roe v. Wade, like those reproductive rights. So that could be where that separation sits. Now, we're going to do a little bit of brainstorming here tonight, and I hope you're ready to put your thinking hats on because I'm ready to do it with you. Professor Alan Lichtman, he predicted, I think it was about a month or two ago, that Kamala Harris would win the presidency. Recently, he was on News Nation, and he is not changing his opinion. He's still saying that Kamala Harris will win the presidency. And I want us to listen to a little bit of this clip, and then we're going to have a little brainstorming session because I want to tell you what I think may be happening here.
Oh, you got shaky knees over your pick with the polls being so tight?
I'm 77 years old, and I get butterflies in my stomach every 4 years, but I don't change my prediction in response to the polls. If I did, I would have been dead wrong about 2016. I would have been dead wrong about 2012 when the polls turned against Obama. Around this time in October, I would have been dead wrong about 1988 when George H.W. Bush fell 17 points behind. My system is based upon the fundamental forces that drive elections. That is, it's governing, not campaigning, that counts. And the keys gauge the strength and performance of the White House party. And this whole idea of an October surprise is a huge myth.
We're going to pause here. They're talking about October surprise. We'll get into that. But these are the 13 keys to the White House that Professor Alan Lichtman uses to determine who is going to win the presidency each presidential election. Now, the one that I really want to focus on is number 3, the incumbency. And I want to tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do a little bit of a brainstorming session. Is that okay? So one thing that we do always have to keep in mind, the incumbent administration has an advantage by being the incumbent. So it is much more difficult to remove an incumbent than it is to remove someone. How can I say this? It is more difficult to remove the incumbent administration. And we've seen this time and time again. Now, doesn't mean it has never happened. Of course, there are outliers, right? Jimmy Carter, for one. Another one is George Bush Sr., for one, right? They were incumbents and they did not win re-election. But let's go back and revisit 2 things there. If I remember correctly, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm right about this. If I remember correctly, didn't Ted Kennedy run against Jimmy Carter in the Democrat primary? And so that run in the Dem primary against Jimmy Carter, that actually weakened support for Jimmy Carter. Thus, we could say that led to Jimmy Carter's loss to Ronald Reagan. Okay. This is why I think the DNC did not want to have a real Democrat primary against Joe Biden, because that would have weakened Joe Biden in the general election if he remained to be, the party nominee. This is why they didn't want to give any attention really to Marianne Williamson, RFK, when he was still in the Democratic Party. And of course, Dean Phillips, right? In the case of George Bush Sr., there was Ross Perot. And so what people will say is that Ross Perot got like 19% of the support. They said, well, that's probably why, George Bush Sr. Did not win. I would argue, though, that Bill Clinton was a little bit more charismatic, and Bill Clinton also reached out to working class blue collar workers in this country. I'll give him that. Pretty much centrist president, but I'll give him that. So when it comes to the incumbency, what that means is that we're going to give Kamala 1 point ahead of Trump because she's a part of the administration that is already in the White House. So that's how we're going to play this game. She already gets 1 point because she's the incumbent. Like I said, it is very difficult to remove the incumbent administration. And although the nominee is not Biden anymore and it's Kamala Harris, it's still the Biden-Harris administration. So she was still a part of that. Let's go on a little bit more in the clip, and then we're going to do a little bit more brainstorming.
Always made my of predictions before then and never changed them. And I was predicting Trump in 2016. We had this immense surprise of the Access Hollywood tape with Trump bragging about assaulting women. Pundits were saying he's dead. You got to change your prediction. I didn't, and I was right.
So that's
Frank Luntz,
true. He did predict that Donald Trump would win in 2016. However, I went back and I watched that prediction today. And what he said during that time is he said, Donald Trump is a different type of candidate. And he said that I think that he's going to win, but I think the rules of my 13 keys would not apply with Donald Trump. So that's something to keep in mind. With this particular candidacy that we're talking about, it's a weird election because the president of the United States is not running for re-election. It's not him. He has moved forward the vice president, who was not a part of an open Democrat primary. She was selected and just said, you're going to be the nominee. So we got that. We have the genocide in Gaza. So there's that. We have Donald Trump, who's running for president again, who lost in 2020, but won in 2016. So there's all of that. Like it's a very weird. We have third-party candidates with prominent names. Jill Stein, Cornel West, RFK Jr. is still on these ballots. People with name recognition that are running third party. We have 40% of Muslim voters in Michigan alone supporting Jill Stein, not the incumbent administration. So there's the problem with this particular election is that there's all these other pieces that you have to add to it. And I think that's what Frank Luntz is going to bring up as well.
You believe in the mythology versus the matter of fact of an October surprise?
Alan Lichtman is brilliant, and he's proven it through decades and decades of success. So I'm not going to challenge it. I'll also acknowledge that the polling this year is not indicative of virtually anything. The swing states, only all 7 of them are within 2 points of each other. It is unclear that the presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris had any impact at all. Now, let me be candid, Chris, because I think it's important where we acknowledge where we get it wrong. I thought that Trump's performance was so horrific in that debate that would kill him, and it has not. And I'll also emphasize to viewers right now that Trump has incredible staying power, and that even though he seems to be unhinged, his own voters don't mind. In fact, they seem to embrace it. Chris, I think it's too close to call. I've never been afraid to make a prediction, but in those states and among those key voting blocks, Donald Trump is doing surprisingly well, and Harris has been unable to close the deal.
For the people, Frank, the idea of an October surprise, do you believe in that? And what would it have to look like to make a difference in this election?
The October surprise is Joe Biden dropping out. The October surprise is Donald Trump being shot. The October surprise is Donald Trump being potentially shot at a second time. The October surprise is Israel and Gaza and Hamas and Hezbollah. The October surprise, we've been having it again and again and again. We just had it in September, or we had it in August, or we had it in July. So yes, we've been this has been the most shocking, unstable election in terms of the events that have been happening. But Chris, the polling data has been surprisingly stable. And Harris has not moved at any point in the last 2 weeks. So I think we've got a race that is simply too close to call.
So this is a really good point here by Frank as well that I want to bring up. Also, we, typically in these elections, we don't have multiple presidential assassination attempts. So that's another thing to add to this piece. Now, another thing I wanted to bring up that Alan Lichtman said when he made his prediction originally that Kamala Harris would win is that he did not know how the 2 keys of foreign policy would work with this particular election because of Gaza, et cetera. He doesn't consider the protest to be mass unrest, which is one of his other keys. He said mass unrest means like people just turning the place upside down, like that kind of thing, right? So I want us to think about something here. I've been looking at these polls, guys, and I looked at Polymarket. Polymarket is betting odds, not polls. And I got to tell you something. When I'm seeing like Kamala Harris is losing all these different demographics that the Democratic Party needs in order to win, it almost sounds like it's too easy for Donald Trump. And because it sounds like it's too easy, it kind of takes me back to 2016, looked easy for Hillary Clinton. At one point, Hillary Clinton was like, what, 10, 11, 12 percentage points above Donald Trump? I think around this time, actually, in the national polls. And it looked too easy. And I remember talking to my coworkers, this is when I was still at MIT. I was talking to my coworkers and they were talking about Hillary could be the first female president. I remember all this. And I remember saying, Donald Trump could actually win. And all of them just went, oh, blasphemy. And because all of them are from, Massachusetts, they've lived in blue place, most of their life. And I've lived in red states and blue states. And I had moved here from South Carolina. And the reality is I knew people that very much agreed with what Donald Trump was saying. And I'd heard them say some of those same things that Donald Trump said when he was running for office. And they just seemed shocked that I said, I don't know, Donald Trump could actually win. And as if I was the one, like I wasn't supporting Donald Trump, but I just told them the reality. Because when you get outside of this blue bubble of Massachusetts, and there's red spots here and there, but for the most part, it's blue. When you get outside of this blue bubble of Massachusetts and you go to the redder states, you'll start to see some of these things. Like some things I heard Donald Trump say again was not unusual to me. So that's why when they were so surprised, I can't believe he said that. Oh my God. I was just kind of like, nah, I've heard people say that before. So because it seems too easy, it almost makes me wonder if something else is going to happen. And I say this because I'm starting to wonder if some of those Republican voters that registered, or some of those voters that registered for the Republican Party recently, they've had a surge of GOP voters. I'm starting to wonder if some of those people are going to vote for the Republican candidates down ballot for the congressional races, gubernatorial race, city council, et cetera, but they may vote for Kamala Harris for president. And it wouldn't be the first time. It happened in 2020. There were people that voted, they were Republican, but they voted down ballot for the Republican local races, but they voted for Biden. In fact, I know one colleague of mine that did that. She's conservative. She voted for the conservative, local races, but for the president, she voted for Biden. And I'm starting to wonder, you guys can let me know how you feel about that. But something in me it just seems a little too, and the fact that the information has been put out there as early as it had, like she's behind with black men, she's behind with young men, all men, she's behind with black women, she's behind with the workers, she didn't get the endorsement of the Teamsters, she didn't get the endorsements of the firefighters. And so that's why I feel like it almost sounds a little too easy. And I'm wondering if there are some people who are just like they're silent Trump voters who don't say anything out loud, but they're going to vote for Donald Trump in those liberal areas. We have them here in Massachusetts. I believe that there are also silent Harris supporters. I believe that there are some conservatives that are going to vote for Kamala Harris, but they're not telling anybody. I believe it. I mean, we never really know until we get to election day, but I just have this, it just all seems a little too, we can bookmark this and I can come back to this after election day. And if I'm wrong, you guys can say, you were wrong. You can roast me. I don't care. But it just feels I don't know. If I had to pick a person today, I couldn't say, but it all just feels a little too easy. And it almost feels like there's this hidden, wave of people somewhere, particularly probably suburban women that are going to come out in mass and support Kamala Harris that are not being reported in the polls. We'll have to see.
And I'm back in Russia. I haven't been able to come here during the entire 2 years or more of the special military operation known by everybody else as the war. The NATO-Russia war fought over the dead bodies of poor Ukrainians, hundreds of thousands of them. They have been led like lambs to the slaughter to fight for Joe Biden. Imagine the great war leader, Joe Biden. You wouldn't send him across the road to buy a loaf and expect him to come back. Never mind come back with the right thing. But that's what they've all been doing. The European leaders have committed economic suicide, creating social fissures inside their own societies that they may never recover from, permanently disabling their own industries and their own economic future, all for Joseph Biden. I keep reminding you of that because I want you to have that picture of this senile, dribbling Alzheimer's patient in your mind when you calibrate what your government has done to you at his demand. I'm back in Russia. I have been coming to Russia for the best part of 50 years, in former times and in the worst of times and now in the best of times. Russia is booming. Its economy is booming. I'm in Kazan. I'm not in Moscow. I'm not in St. Petersburg. I'm in Kazan, Tatarstan, and it's absolutely booming. There's social harmony between the 49% Muslim population and the 49% Christian population. Mixed couples, police officers walking in duos, some of them Tatars, some of them white Russians. There's absolutely nothing here that would tell you that there was a war going on, that you had spent hundreds of billions of dollars of your tax money to break this country up. There is nothing going on in the shopping malls that would tell you that your sanctions have worked. As a matter of fact, as I predicted, in the very first weeks of this conflict, our sanctions on Russia have turned into be the largest, most deadly boomerang ever thrown. It is our economies that are sinking. It is Russia's economy that is booming. And an amazing thing happened. I walked around a very, very big and busy shopping mall, as busy as any you'll find anywhere in the world. And I didn't see a single Western thing on sale. Everybody has substituted their own goods. The local capitalists have gotten off their backside and entered the market, and where once the toxic McDonald's stood, Russian restaurants now take their place. In fact, the only Western thing that I encountered in my entire day here in Kazan was some Western music on a loop. I'll tell you later because I'm proud of it. He's Scottish and he was never off the turntable in the shopping mall. It's an amazing thing. You know, sanctions breed a new spirit amongst those sanctioned. The United States is now sanctioning 30% of the entire world's population and threatening to sanction the next 20% of the world's population. But the empire strikes back, and the sanctioned and the damned and the marginalized and the pilloried and the blackguarded are all gathering here together in Kazan for the BRICS summit. I think it's going to be the most important BRICS summit ever. I think that the BRICS is the future of the world. I think the BRICS is the new United Nations. I think the BRICS is the new G7, new G20. The BRICS is where it's at. It started out Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, as the acronym suggests. But we've now got the United Arab Emirates here. Their plane just touched down at the airport in Moscow. They'll be here tomorrow, the head of state of the United Arab Emirates. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia will soon be here. countries that you would never have imagined would now be in the Russia-China orbit are queuing up to join the BRICS. The sun is rising in the east. It's sinking in the west. I think you already knew that, but if you had taken a walk with me this afternoon in the streets of Kazan, you'd realize just how real and concrete it is. Chinese cars, Russian cars, no Western cars, no Italian tailoring, no fine English hats, no anything that came from Western suppliers, no brand names that you would recognize, no retail outlets whose names you've ever seen before. And the tills were going like Billy-O. The population were queuing to enter shops and to buy. In the run-up to our Christmas, few more weeks until theirs, everything is going swimmingly here in Kazan. Vladimir Putin has picked Russia up off the floor where it was lying drunk, having its pocket picked, and he has made the Russians feel tall again. The Russians feel good about themselves again. And this is a key point for me, because I'm not actually interested in retail outlets or fashion. I'm not interested in the brand names that are on the hangers, on the shelves in these stores. I'm interested in the health, the strength of the community. I know that my own community is ailing. I know that the British people are depressed. I know that the British people are disunited. I know that the British people hate their government. I know that the British people are going into a long, cold winter, the old age pensioners getting ready to shiver their way, if they're lucky, through that winter. I know that the British government has just picked the pockets of the pensioners in Britain to pay Zelensky another $3.4 billion every year forever. I'm not making that last bit up. We've promised to pay it forever. For a third of that, you could have kept your cold weather allowance, Mr. and Mrs. Old Age Pensioner. For half of that, you could have given child benefit to the third and fourth children in every family in our country whose birth rate is falling, whose life expectancy is falling, whose tax base is shrinking, and when we really, really, really need new and more children. I know that my own society is sinking into not just a malaise, but an increasing depravity, an increasing degeneracy. I know the march of drugs. I know the march of vice. I can hear the tramp, tramp, tramp of the boots of avarice amongst the rich and the howls of anguish amongst the poor. I don't hear that here in Russia. I don't feel that here in Russia. I feel that we've got a united people that doesn't hate their government. Indeed, in the middle of a war, has swung increasingly powerfully behind their government. And I don't want to be a Russian. I don't want to live in Russia. I want to be British and live in a better Britain. And I'm always on the lookout for the secrets of success in other people's societies and measure it against the reality of failure in my own. And that's what I'll be doing at the BRICS this weekend. I'll be looking to see what it is that they are doing. Well, the first thing they're doing is getting out from under the sanctions trap. This is a gathering of people who are overwhelmingly under sanction or other forms of economic punishment by the United States, using the dollar as its whip, using the dollar as its baton. Well, the people gathering here intend to get out from under the dollar. They intend to bring about the end of dollar hegemony. And the dollar is just about the only kind of hegemony that the United States and its vassal states, as supine and serf-like as any of these satellites of the former Soviet Union, in fact, more so. We are amongst those who have been persuaded that what's good for the United States is good for the rest of us. But number one, it isn't. And what is being done by Joe Biden isn't even good for the United States. Of course, it could all come crashing to a close. And indeed, this week, it might be that Netanyahu intends to rain on President Putin's parade. It is leaked in the United States that Israel is about to launch a blizzard of strategic ballistic missiles at either Iran's vital oil installations, causing a spike in oil prices and a closing of the Straits of Hormuz that will make it impossible for you to buy petrol at $100 a gallon, never mind $5. It is possible that Netanyahu's ballistic missile shower will even fall on Iran's nuclear installation, in which case Iran has promised that Israel's nuclear installation at Dimona in the Negev will be blown to smithereens, and a nuclear winter will ensue throughout the Levant. It might be that Israel intends to attack Iran's political and religious leadership, or it might be that Netanyahu intends to attack all three, or any permutation of those three. In any permutation of those three, Iran's response will be tenfold, maybe 100-fold, maybe 1,000-fold. Iran has hundreds of thousands of ballistic missiles, most of them capable of penetrating any Iron Dome, most of them capable of defeating the new American THAAD anti-ballistic missile system that has been, with accompanying American boots on the ground, hurriedly drafted to Israel. I saw some pictures today of an American military convoy on the streets of Tel Aviv. So the United States has joined whatever is going to happen next. It may be that Netanyahu will wait until the BRICS is properly here on Tuesday and open before he launches his missile barrage. It may be that Iran will wait until the BRICS has finished on Thursday before it responds. But the fact that I'm even asking these questions, when the answer to them might very well be the beginning of World War III, shows how perilous the situation we are in. And anyone who's seen recent pictures of Joe Biden knows very well that he's not calling the shots, knows very well that he's not controlling his own government, never mind the government of Benjamin Netanyahu. Someone, somewhere, has given the green light in Washington to whatever Netanyahu does next. And that could be curtains for all of us. If we reach November 5 and we reach the American presidential election, then Donald Trump is now set to win a landslide victory. I know that you think that's what I want. Well, I certainly want it more than I want Kamala Harris. I hope that my candidate, Dr. Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate, a friend of mine, breaks the 5% mark. I hope that she defeats Kamala Harris in the state of Michigan, an impossible idea just a few weeks ago, but now an idea that looks like its time has come. But whether Jill Stein breaks the 5% barrier, Donald Trump has definitely now won the election. He's won it because in the swing states, every single one of them is currently shaded red. Kamala Harris's campaign is running out of gas, even laughing gas. The joy has gone. Instead, the lines on her face are etched with the word failure written all over them. As a matter of fact, Obama had a conversation at Ethel Kennedy, the late Ethel Kennedy's funeral, just the other day, in which the two of them were overheard, in which Joe says, "I was stronger than her, you know." And Barack Obama, who did more than anybody else to edge Joe Biden over the cliff and out of the race, is heard to say, "Yes, you are." That's how bad Kamala Harris is. She's a worse candidate than Joe Biden age 99 and a quarter. So the truth is, you better get ready for a Donald Trump presidency. Now, I, for one, prefer a Donald Trump presidency to a Kamala Harris one any day of the week, but only for this reason. I believe that Donald Trump will close down the possibility that World War III will break out in Ukraine. Unfortunately, he may not rule out World War III breaking out in the Persian Gulf. He may not rule out World War III breaking out in the South China Sea, in the Straits of Taiwan. But 1 out of 3 will do me for now, because at this moment in time, any one of these 3 theaters of operation could be the beginning of World War III. The world has never seen anything like this before. You could wake up tomorrow morning and discover that events have set in motion
dangerous times.
World War III, a nuclear winter, and the end of humanity for all time. We could look like Mars. You'd still hear the wind, but nothing would still be alive. No plant, no animal, and no person. But if Donald Trump does win, he's undoubtedly going to make significant changes in the way the United States is governed, because he's got 2 people at his right hand. I'm not going to talk about J.D. Vance. I'm going to talk about RFK Jr., and I'm going to talk about Tulsi Gabbard. If he gives Gabbard and Kennedy the ability freely to do so, then the 3-letter agencies in the United States would be as well to pack their bags now. I think RFK will want to know who killed his uncle. I think RFK will want to know who killed his father. I don't think RFK is going to allow any redacted files on the Kennedys for very long if Donald Trump becomes the president. I think American foreign policy might just change very significantly indeed. I hope it does, because it's American policy that has put us in the state we are in. I'll be talking to 2 fine Americans on this show tonight and testing their opinions as to what it is that they want to do. I've also got a poll running. Has Israel destroyed Hamas? In the wake of the killing of the second chairman of the political bureau of the Islamic resistance movement, Hamas, in just a couple of months, Ismail Haniyeh, now joined by Yahya Sinwar, both of them have been murdered by Israel, but has it made Israel any stronger? Well, they thought that Hezbollah was defeated when they killed Syed Hassan Nasrallah. But in fact, Hezbollah is giving Israel a bloody good hiding on the border between occupied Palestine and Lebanon right this minute. And I don't think the situation will be any different with the Palestinians. I don't know Sinwar. I don't know very much about him. I know he died the death of a warrior. And I know that the decision to release the footage of his killing was as stupid as a decision as the United States release of the photographs of the martyrdom of my leader, Comandante Che Guevara. Che Guevara lives on everywhere, in every part of the world, half a century later. I suspect Sinwar will also grow 10 foot tall as a result of the footage of his killing. He died fighting at the front. When was the last Western leader you knew that went to fight at the front? He died with his boots on, with his kafia around his neck, and with his AK-47 by his side. And by his side was the other half of his arm, which had been blown off in the previous hour. I think that's pretty powerful juju, don't you? You think that will weaken the Palestinian resistance? If you do, you are a fool. But if you're not a fool, you've come to the right place. It's the mother.
Right, so an attempt, it appears, has been made on the life of Benjamin Netanyahu, but should we honestly be surprised at this by this point? This is the guy who has been behind moves to take out the leaders of other regimes and movements, and he hasn't finished yet. Now, with Iran not only being blamed for the assassination attempt on him, but threats against their leadership now as well. Why is it such a shock that those who have had their leaders attacked would consider Netanyahu himself now, therefore, a legitimate target at this point? And that is aside from what appears to be an increasingly broader consensus that there can't actually be a peace whilst this guy is still Prime Minister of Israel. And there appears to be little sign of any real chance of removing him anytime soon. By targeting other leaders and continuing the rhetoric of consequences for other leaderships across the Middle East, Netanyahu has painted a target on himself. And the question now hanging in the air is whether or not any more attempts on his life are going to follow. Right, so Benjamin Netanyahu has had an attempt made against his life. A drone strike on his holiday home in Caesarea, a beach resort area some 60 kilometers north of Tel Aviv. Must be nice that he can get away from it all at a time like this and relax still, it seems. But putting him closer to the Lebanese border, as that does too, so we shouldn't probably be too surprised that a Lebanese drone strike was made against him after all. He's taken out several of their leadership and several likely successors as well. So in what way would Netanyahu not have painted a target on himself as a result of that? The assassination of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, as well as several other high-profile Hezbollah figures, not to mention the literal invasion of southern Lebanon by the IDF, has led to increased strikes in retaliation by Lebanon, has led to standoffs with the UN peacekeepers protecting their border region area, UNIFIL, from Indonesian members of those forces being knocked from watchtowers to Irish peacekeepers being used as human shields, whilst Israeli tanks pummel Lebanese villages below from their vantage points, their outposts. Today, Israel are being caught using white phosphorus near UNIFIL outposts, causing fires which cannot be put out easily, and of course committing a war crime with this beastly incendiary, which is banned from use against civilian areas, but which never seems to stop Israel doing so. All in all, with their leaderships attacked, Hezbollah, not in any way it appears to have been slowed by that either, for that matter, though, who will put it past them or others to strike at Netanyahu himself? It obviously isn't just Hezbollah's leadership that have been assassinated either, of course. The targeting of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran back in July prompted a retaliation from Iran for this attack in their capital, completely derailing ceasefire talks and peace negotiations, as Haniyeh was the Hamas head negotiator as well as co-leader. This left Hamas under the leadership of the more militant Yahya Sinwar, now also dead, as the IDF happened upon him by accident fighting in Rafah, but making the mistake of showing exactly what the Hamas leader was doing and defiant to his last breath, hurling a stick at a drone before tank fire made sure he didn't move again. That's three major players, major leaders opposing Israel's genocide of Gaza and invasion of Lebanon that have been taken out by the Israeli regime, and they celebrate and they cheer, not least Netanyahu himself doing so. This is par for the course for Israel, though. It is a tactic they've always employed, not unique to them. But when they've got a Wikipedia page dedicated to assassinations they either have or have been alleged to have carried out that is as long as your arm, going all the way back to the 1950s, though, it does count for something. That does really say something, doesn't it? And according to this list, which obviously has links to each entry to a news story which verifies it, it is Wikipedia after all. Let's not just assume it's right. Let's do the due diligence as well. But since Haniyeh's death at the end of July, and aside from Nasrallah and Sinwar's deaths since, Israel have also taken out the head of Hezbollah's Radwan Special Ops Force, their commander of their missile and rocket unit, the head of their drone unit, the deputy head of Hezbollah's executive council, and the Hamas commander in Lebanon. It is a track record of Israel taking out leaders of opposing forces, and now that same tactic has been revisited upon them, upon their prime minister, Netanyahu, especially given the assassination of Yahya Sinwar has been such a massive propaganda failure for Israel. That he went down fighting and was filmed doing so will reinvigorate and encourage those who fought with him, or against Israel at any rate, rather than how these leaders so often get portrayed as hiding in bunkers or accused of using hostages as human shields. It simply turns out to be more Israeli lies and nonsense, and that video footage of Sinwar's last stand has for many proven that beyond doubt now. What they celebrated was short-lived, because then came that strike on Netanyahu's house. The drone, despite Hezbollah's head of their drone unit having been assassinated, hasn't, it appears, stopped the drone still coming from Lebanon. And this drone found its mark. Again, the Israeli air defenses have failed. Netanyahu not at home as it happened, though. It tickled me slightly to discover that Netanyahu lives in Caesarea, though, as for those of you who have a passing knowledge of Bible studies and or Middle Eastern history, might note that the modern town of Caesarea is built just to the north of the ancient seaport of Caesarea Maritima, where the local chap in charge once upon a time, around the time a certain chap called Jesus Christ was born, just happened to be Herod the Great. And, well, we all know what he did, don't we? The resemblance or attitude Netanyahu displays makes you wonder whether it's something in the water or some such, doesn't it? And where Herod was handed that land by the Roman Empire, of course, puppet king as he was, modern Israel, the land they occupied, well, handed to them by the British Empire, of course. Though I suppose the difference is that the West has very much lost control of Israel's leadership, unlike the Romans. Anyway, I've digressed at this point, haven't I? Netanyahu not being at home. Well, what was he then? Well, he might have been at work, pressing the flesh somewhere with someone, but the optics of the strike on Sinwar versus this strike on Netanyahu's home has damaged the propaganda war Israel is trying to win even further, because where Sinwar was seen and filmed to go down fighting as he was, Netanyahu not being home, well, begs the question, was he instead hiding then? In fact, if it wasn't being so widely reported in foreign media, at least, that this drone strike definitely came from Lebanon, I wouldn't put it past Netanyahu having set this up as a precursor to continuing his war now against Lebanon, as the strike had come against him personally. And of course, Western leaders would breathe a sigh of relief, as they can also use this excuse to keep arming Israel, despite their growing expansion of this Middle East conflict, because we're led by complete donkeys in the West, are we not? Still jumping to Israel's tune. Well, with the general public both out in the Middle East and domestically, this is not going to wash. Netanyahu has come out all bolshy about it, hasn't he? And this is where his next mistake has come from. And a lot of the rhetoric supporting him implies more leaderships of opposing Middle Eastern states are likely to be targeted next, not learning, it seems, from the fact he's been targeted himself. Because where Hezbollah have had their leadership blown apart, to some extent anyway, as an organization they still seem quite functional given they're still fighting, it was notable that it wasn't Lebanon or Hezbollah that Netanyahu pointed the finger of blame at for this drone strike, for making a fatal mistake, as he put it, against him. It was Iran he accused of it. Now, we know Israel are determined to push ahead with another attack on Iran, and this strike against Netanyahu is also being used to gather support for that now. Hezbollah, the Iranian proxies, as they are always called in the media, as opposed to the axis of resistance, as they actually tend to prefer to be called. Resisting Israel as that is, resisting those supporting them as well. Allegedly, the US have tempered Israel to not attack certain targets, but will Ayatollah Khomeini now be one of these targets as a result of this strike on Netanyahu's home? In a lot of ways, the attack on Netanyahu's house, whilst he wasn't there, means he can point and accuse even if people aren't buying the snake oil he's selling. Though certainly others are, and bigging up the blaming of Iran too on social media, as Zionists will. As I said, if not for the reports I've seen on this strike, I could quite easily believe that Netanyahu organized this himself to justify pushing onwards. But it means he's missing the point here as well, that if he's determined to keep striking other leaders, then he's going to be painting a bigger and bigger target on himself as a result, as a leader himself as well. And if he thinks he's untouchable, the house strike finding its mark ought to have told him otherwise, really. By blaming Iran and not Lebanon, though, it was just a drone after all, not a high-tech missile, as Iran might more likely have been given to Lebanon and to Israel, to Hezbollah. Netanyahu is fighting to find a justification to continue his war in the Middle East, but missing the point that he is now, it seems, very much a target himself. And by twisting this event to his cause, again doing the total opposite to working towards a cessation of warfare and working towards a ceasefire and lasting peace, as our leaders keep telling us they are, and that he must be because they're talking with him and he's their ally. It's obvious to all of us, again, he has no intention of stopping. He's justified it to himself. He's given the justification for Western leaders to now continue their support for him and his warfare. But he's fooling nobody in the court of public opinion, both in the West and in the Middle East. And he's just becoming a bigger target himself for his enemies, more of a global pariah to most people, the more he insists that this war of his has to continue. A war that is functionally only being committed to keep him in his post. The consequences of the death of Yahya Sinwar run much deeper than this video has covered. I covered it here instead, actually. His death actually proving to be a complete nightmare for the West, notably. And again, the timing of this attack on Netanyahu, oh, so convenient. Frankly, I could still believe he set it up if it suddenly came out as such. But find out why this is such a major issue for Western leaders, particularly now, in this video recommendation here, as your suggested next watch. They needn't celebrate too soon at all, quite frankly. And I'll hopefully catch you on the next vid. Cheers, folks.
War and the preparations for it. And we're meeting in person for the first time right here in a hotel room in Kazan, but no impropriety can be expected from either of us. Michael, welcome.
Thank you very much, George.
Mother of all talk shows. Let's start with the BRICS summit itself. I know that Joe and Lai famously said it's too early to say what the final effect of the French Revolution of 1789 would be. But could you predict what the outcome of BRICS 2024 in Kazan might be?
I think it's going to be, I think you're going to see a groundswell of popularity here, and that it's catching on. You're going to see a lot of countries already that want to join. A number of them have expressed that interest. And Vladimir Putin, the president of the Russian Federation, has stated very clearly that's what he wants. And it's not to be against the West and be against something. It's to enhance and try to promote togetherness, cooperation, coordination with countries that want to recognize their values and want to get out from under the odious sanctions of the West and their financial system that has really encumbered them. And the BRICS seems to be a catalyst for that. And I have to applaud Mr. Putin for this kind of recognition of trying to be more inclusive in the world rather than holding people away, holding people off, as the West has done, and particularly the United States with its hegemony. If you're not, they look upon, the United States looks upon itself as the in charge of the rules-based order, which means that they can not only make the rules, but break them at will. And we've seen this constantly in its own decision-making. And the world is saying, you know, we've had enough of this crap. And I think that this is what we're going to be seeing now, are countries that are going to be, they're going to be seeing challenges to the hegemony of the dollar, the weaponization of the dollar and the Western system in a way that, and we're already seeing mechanisms now being offered that will be offered at this summit this week.
You can see what Russia and China, why they're in BRICS. They have been anathematized. They have been threatened. They've been called actually enemies by both the US government and the UK government. And indeed, both governments are at war with Russia in the Ukraine right now and endlessly preparing for war with others. Ditto Iran. You can see what's in it for Iran. Outlawed, sanctioned since the Islamic Revolution. Never left alone, never given a moment's peace. Regime change operations ongoing all the time. But you couldn't say that for India. You couldn't say that for Brazil. You kind of couldn't say it also for South Africa, and you definitely couldn't say it for the United Arab Emirates.
That's right.
For Saudi Arabia.
Right.
There's all kinds of countries now queuing to get into BRICS that weren't outlaws to begin with.
That's right.
That's the amazing thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is. In fact, U.S. policies over time with its hegemony has actually driven Russia and China closer together, and it was against U.S. policy for them to even come together. But it's a sort of a self-defeating prophecy that has occurred in which we've actually driven them through our own ineptness in terms of policy formulation. You don't see strategic thinking coming out of the United States any longer. And frankly, if Harris were to win, I know what you just said earlier, but if she were to win, theoretically, she has no strategic vision, and she's dumber than dirt. I mean, the United States and its people would be in a greater problem than it is right now. And not to mention that what Biden has done has already been very disastrous, because Trump had kept us out of war for 4 years. And I'm hoping that he does get elected or reelected and then try to change things. But things have moved along so much since he was president last. It's going to be incredible challenge for him to try and undo the damage to the world that has happened already with what the Biden and Harris administration have done.
What you just said there, I mean, we're both old enough to remember, Nixon and Kissinger went to China precisely to divide the then Soviet Union and China.
That's right.
It was an article of faith of American policy to keep China and Russia as far apart as possible.
That's right.
Subsequent presidents with less sense have done everything that they could to make Russia and China effectively one place.
They have. And we see this all the time, because it has been the neocons, the neoconservatives in the United States that has pushed this containment concept. Whether they're in both parties, both the Republican and Democrat parties, and they play both ends. And Israel is part of the foundation of that neoconservative mindset, like the Wolfowitzes, the Richard Pearls of that constituted the neoconservatives in the United States. That containment, and we saw it with Victoria Nuland.
Yeah.
Oh, what a disaster!
Like
that's what happened.
She turns up everywhere.
Everywhere, and you know, she's been in both administrations. I mean, she is one of the authors of the Ukraine crisis that led to the coup in 2014. Sure. She and then Vice President Joe Biden.
Yeah. Now, you're a former Pentagon official, as I said. So let's turn to the military political events that may very well, I mean, we could leave this show tonight and it started.
I hope not.
It's been leaked in Washington, whether deliberately or not. The list of targets, the list of possible strikes by Israel. Though I'd like your view in passing, whether these Arab countries that have said they will not allow Israel or America to attack Iran across their airspace, across their territory, if they mean that or if they don't mean it, and what it would mean if they did mean it. But if Iran is attacked by Netanyahu in any of the ways listed in the leaks from Washington, we're really in the mother of all wars, aren't we?
I think we would be. And this is the design of Netanyahu. It has been a design. I know when I was at the Pentagon in 2003, during that period of the invasion of Iraq back in 2003, it was all because we were looking at the Middle East through the prism of Israel. At that time, all the countries that you mentioned, from Syria to Iran, Saudi Arabia at the time, Libya at the time, were all regarded as enemies of Israel. And who was running the Defense Department? The Wolfowitzes, the Pearls, the Doug Feiths. They were all neoconservatives, Jewish backers of Israel. That was their primary goal, was to protect Israel. In fact, it was because of the insistence of Netanyahu that we went into Iraq in the first place, against all advice. I mean, I was one of the very few who said, no, there is no weapons of mass destruction. I had no clue at the time that there was this ulterior motive. In fact, it was told to me very directly by David Wormser, a neoconservative, very closely associated with the Wolfowitz and Doug Feith. And we were working a special project looking for terrorists at the time that's associated with Iraq. He said, here's our plan. It's to go into Baghdad, overthrow Baghdad, then use that as a hub for the United States then to invade, to have regime change, if you will, in Iran, Syria, Libya, Saudi Arabia. At that time, Saudi Arabia and Saddam Hussein were fairly close with one another through their intel channels. And this was the grand design. And this still is what they are hoping to do, having Israel now continue that policy to this day.
You got to hand it to them. They are consistent no matter how things turn out for them. One disaster after another.
Yeah.
But the same people are still pushing for the same thing.
That's correct. I mean, it has been a disaster. How do you change that policy? Back in 2018, I was in Iran, and I was asked by then the foreign minister, who was killed along with President Raisi. He says, "Why do you Americans always look at the Middle East through the prism of Israel? Why don't you work with us? We'd be happy to have relations with you, but everything is done predicated upon what Israel says." And I thought about that, and I thought, wow, that is right. That is what's been happening. And then I thought back to what happened back in 2003, and it was true. But you're never going to get them to go on record and admit that. But this is what the angle has been. And now today, the Israeli lobby that has merged in effect with our defense lobby has such a lock on the Congress that there's no changing that policy. American people may not want it, but what the elites at the top want is something entirely different than what.
Will President Trump change it?
I have a theory. As much as he appeared to be very pro-Israel earlier, there's a number of factors that may go into if he is reelected. Number one, he wants to get off the fiat and switch back to the gold standard.
Oh, really?
Of the dollar. That's number one.
That's old thinking, but
yeah, I know. But
classic.
But that's one of the reasons for BRICS coming into to get off the dollar, but to have tangibles to back up that dollar. But I have a theory. That theory is that he's only got one term. He's going to look for a golden parachute from when he resigns. He's going to want to care about what happens to Trump International and his kids. And real estate is his business. And that's where the growth and money is with Saudi Arabia. But what does Saudi Arabia insist on? Two-state solution, which is, and when you looked at what happened in the Abraham Accords, that the consideration of the Palestinians and the two-state solution wasn't even there. However, and that may be the Abraham Accords may have been one of the many things that led to the Palestinians finally to rise up on October 7th.
On that, Michael, I mean, I'm not a Hamas supporter. I'm an Arafat man.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to say the dancing in the streets over the killing of Sinwar and the way in which he died is surely misconceived. The idea that this defeats Hamas rather than boosts Hamas. I mean, any schoolboy would know that, wouldn't they?
I don't know about any schoolboy, but I can tell you the reality is it has not defeated Hamas. The Israelis thought the same thing, and the general perception was out there that it would also happen with Hezbollah. And no, the way they train, the way that these people who are in office now, they're always training their successor. And that's what you're seeing today. It's coming to fruition. It will not happen. It certainly hasn't happened with Hezbollah because they've been able to react very strongly,
amazingly,
and very rapidly after
They're doing better than they did in 2006.
Oh yeah, far.
They gave Israel a good hiding in 2006.
Oh yeah, the advancement by Israel into the southern Lebanon today is virtually nil.
They're about 2 kilometers max.
That's it.
And they can't, they don't hold one village.
That's right.
And they're losing such significant numbers of people.
That's right.
Dead and wounded.
That's right. Well, the Israelis, as I recall, back in 2006, advanced fairly rapidly, but then had to leave.
Yeah.
But the reality is they haven't even touched that, reached that point as of today. And it's getting worse because now they're fighting on the ground, and Hezbollah is very strong on the ground. They don't have air defense, certainly. They can't knock out the F-16s that buzz over Beirut and take pictures, do sonic booms, and bomb everybody. But they on the ground, it's another story. And you got Israeli reservists who are reservists. They're not trained combat soldiers as such.
And many of them are TikTok soldiers. They would rather be on the beach than fighting in South Lebanon.
Yeah, but these guys, the Hezbollah fighters, are seasoned. They fought in Syria, and they occupy the south. That is their home. They've cattycombed the place. And if the Israelis think that they were going to go in there and wipe them out, it's crazy, and they're getting slaughtered because of it.
So finally, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Okay.
Is Trump going to do it? Is Trump going to win? My prediction is he wins a landslide in the Electoral College. He might even win the popular vote, but he wins a landslide in the Electoral College. Where do you stand?
He'll have to win the Electoral College. And I think he may do better than we anticipated because Harris's popularity is waning. But I will say this, just because he wins doesn't lessen the danger of Netanyahu attacking even after the election. Let's say Trump wins. Between the election and inauguration, in my personal view, it's going to be the most dangerous period of all.
Well, there was us thinking we just had to get
but I think it could be after elections. Elections, what?
It's only 3 weeks.
Yeah, or less. Yeah.
Yeah, less than 3 weeks.
Yeah. After that, I think things can happen.
She's looking increasingly like a dead duck, I must say.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she's run out of gas, if you'll forgive us.
CNN, MSNBC, all of these commentators on there are saying she's not doing very well, is she? No, she's not.
And Trump's got his mojo back.
Yes,
Michael
he does.
Maloof, I'll see you at the conference
Absolutely.
of the BRICS in Kazan, in Russia, because
who have lost their lives so far in the ongoing genocide being waged by Israel against the people of Gaza. It's not going to save the thousands of people who have perished in Beirut because of the collective punishment policies of Israel. All of these are war crimes. So we're going to coddle a war crime, a nation committing war crimes for 30 more days. This is meaningless, to be honest, because Israel will now manipulate the situation. All it's going to take is one Israeli attack against Iran and an Iranian retaliation. The United States won't be talking about not sending weapons to Israel. They'll be pouring weapons into Israel. So, I believe it when the United States said, we're going to withdraw the THAAD system, or we won't deploy it to begin with. We'll withdraw naval ships. We'll withdraw American troops from the region. We're going to leave you defenseless because we can't defend a nation that carries out these acts. Why 30 days? Why not 24 hours? Why not 48 hours? Why not, something that means something? This is a meaningless gesture on the eve of a national election. And that's what the 30 days is, because they can't take this kind of bold action now because there will be political consequences domestically. And so it's one of these things where the Biden administration is trying to have its cake and eat it too, where they're going to talk about doing something that should have been done a long time ago, 30 days out. No, this is just politics. I'll believe it when I see it.
How do you think that the way that they're trying
to attack. They're attacking Gazans right now, and the way that they're keeping this conflict with Lebanon and with Iran is to distract people from what's going on in Gaza.
It's about keeping Benjamin Netanyahu politically relevant. He can only remain in power if he's seen as the national security prime minister, and you can only make national security your top priority if you are engaging conflicts that are seen as promoting the existential survival of Israel. Gaza is a losing conflict. If you focus solely on Gaza, he would not be able to stay in power. So he's expanded the conflict into Lebanon, and now he's going to expand the conflict into Iran. All in an effort to achieve what he's wanted from day one, which is to get the United States involved in military actions against Iran. So, that's what's going on here. It's not. It really comes down to just Benjamin Netanyahu.
And how about this new attack of Hezbollah on Israel, this drone attack? It seems that their air defense system didn't work. And are they really now concerned about what would happen in the coming days, in next week, in next month, in this conflict with Lebanese people?
Well, the Israelis have fooled themselves into a false sense of complacency because of their the trick plays that they ran, the exploding pagers, the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, the assassination or the elimination of a significant chunk of the Hezbollah leadership. They started declaring victory too early. Hezbollah is a resistance-based organization. It has recovered, and it will, and now we see that it's able to ratchet up the pressure on Israel. Netanyahu had an impossible mission. He said that he's going to return 60,000 people to the northern settlements. How's that working out, Ben? Bibi, Bubba, you able to do that? No. Hezbollah will keep the northern Israel shut down, and now they're talking about continuing to expand their operations. And they'll keep going further south and further south and further south until Hezbollah starts hitting Tel Aviv on a regular basis. And that's the reality of Israel. They'll never be able to stop this from happening. Their only hope is to have a conflict termination. There can't be conflict termination until they're ready and willing to resolve the Gaza situation, which again, the United States, had we put 48 or 72 hour time window on the threat to stop weapons shipments, this would be pressure being placed across the board at the same time, and you could achieve results. But Netanyahu is a political snake, and he will squirm his way through and find gaps. And I think the next thing you're going to see is that Israel is going to attack Iran, and this will generate a wider regional conflict, which again will distract from the ongoing failures that are taking place in Gaza, and will also put political pressure on the United States to make it impossible for us to stop sending weapons to Israel.
And two things that in the Russian media they were talking about, one of them was these drones coming to Israel were made of composites, and it seems that it's so difficult for the air defense system to recognize them, to track them. And what's your take on these type of drones that Hezbollah is using against Israel?
Well, again, I don't know I hear the reports. I haven't seen the drones. I'm not in a position to see the drones, and so I can't do a forensic evaluation of them. I also don't know the parameters associated with the flight path. What was the altitude? Was it doing terrain masking? Is there more than just the composites? What is the configuration of the drone? Because I don't care if you have composites. If your drone is built in a certain manner where it has reflective surfaces, you're still going to be able to detect it. So, I think there is a combination of factors. I don't think Hezbollah has built a stealth drone. I think Hezbollah has built a low observable drone, which when it utilizes certain tactics can exploit existing gaps in the Israeli air defense umbrella to hit targets in Israel. And the other reality is that there might be some other things at play here, where the Iron Dome, because they're running out of missiles, may have been deliberately dumbed down by Israel to prevent them from shooting missiles off, and Hezbollah is taking advantage of this. There's a whole bunch of factors that go into the success that Hezbollah is enjoying right now, than just to come out and say, Israel's defense shield doesn't work. We know at one time it did function, but we're more than a year into a war where Israel has relied heavily on the Iron Dome and recently on Arrow and David Sling and other systems. And both Hezbollah and Iran have collected the intelligence. So have the Houthi, the Ansarallah, and they adapt their operations based upon this new intelligence. And as we see, they're having increasing success in penetrating the Israeli defense shields.
It seems that right now, with this new system going to Israel, this called THAAD air defense system, it's a kinetic weapon, which means it doesn't have a warhead. It has to hit the target to just explode it. And do you think that two things, what would be the message from the United States to Israel and Iran in terms of this air defense system? It cannot be used as offensive, isn't it?
No, it can't. It's a defensive system.
It's a defensive system, but it's totally different from Patriot system that we know that it has a warhead.
Well, you're talking about the methods of engagement. The THAAD is a kinetic system, but it's still guided by radar to the target. It's also designed to intercept at different altitudes. This is meant to get missiles higher up in the atmosphere. The Patriot gets them on their descent. The THAAD can get them in the mid-range. The thing about the THAAD is you call it a new system. It's not that new. It's been around for a while, and like most systems, it underwent a decade or more of development. So this is old technology. It's not cutting edge technology. It's old technology. And when you do proof of concept testing, first of all, you want the test to succeed. And so oftentimes it's, the THAAD was used against very predictable targets. Indeed, in some cases, THAAD and other systems, in order to get the result they want, there's a little bit of cheating that takes place. For instance, they might do something that allows the system, the incoming target, to be tracked earlier, and do something to increase the reflective nature of the target, so that you can get this bullet hitting a bullet kind of result. And again, they did this years ago. The THAAD has never been tested in combat against modern missiles, hypersonic missiles. It can't intercept a hypersonic missile. It can't intercept a hypersonic missile with a separating maneuverable warhead. It can't intercept a normal ballistic missile with a separating maneuvering warhead. And it definitely can't defend against a saturation attack, a salvo attack, like the Iranians have shown themselves capable of doing. Putting 32 missiles, 40 missiles in the air against the target coming in at the same time. The THAAD system, like the Israeli systems before us, will be overwhelmed and and totally ineffective. So THAAD is a political gesture by the United States to say, here, we're doing something to protect you. But what I think we're protecting is Nevatim Air Base, because that's the air base that's used as the primary entry point for the American weapons shipments. Now, maybe we won't need that in 30 days if we stop sending weapons into Israel. But in the meantime, the deployment of THAAD shows that the United States is very much intent on convincing the Israelis that if there is a conflict that involves a ballistic missile threat to Israel, that the United States will do its best to keep Nevatim Airfield open.
And the other thing in the Russian media, they were talking about Lebanon. They said that it would be a huge defeat for Israel to go underground. From what we've seen so far, how did you find their operation on the ground in Lebanon?
Well, they haven't gone in very far, have they? I mean, let's predict. Let's take a look at the outcome when they conclude. The purpose of this attack is to drive Hezbollah north of the Litani River. They're not even close to accomplishing that. Hezbollah has withdrawn from its forward areas to consolidate their power, to draw Israel in. Remember, every kilometer Israel goes in is a kilometer more that they have to resupply over in difficult terrain, exposing lines of communication to interdiction, compelling the Israelis to push forward their logistical support points inside Israel, exposing them to attack by drones and missiles. And now we see, as Israel does start to punch in, Hezbollah fights back. There's been some videos coming out of sharp engagements where Israel has not been able to continue their advance and they've been pushed back. And if Israel wants to continue moving in, then the number of casualties will expand exponentially. Israel has not been in a hard fight yet. There are some skirmishes, some tough skirmishes, but for the most part, Israel's punching into an empty bag. But at some point in time, the Israeli fist is going to meet the Hamas wall, and and we'll see it. But I think it's grossly irresponsible and unrealistic to sit here and try to predict an Israeli victory based upon the results that have taken place so far. This is not an Israeli victory, far from it.
Yeah, last time, I think the other time that we talked on October 1st, that we were talking at the same time Iranians were attacking Israel, if you remember that day. And right now it seems that Israelis are getting prepared to attack Iran. Do you think that they're going to attack Iran? Because recently we had an article in, if I'm not mistaken, Washington Post, they're talking about that Israelis would not attack the nuclear facilities, the oil facilities in Iran. And on the other hand, today, the Gallant was talking about, the Israeli Minister of Defense, Gallant, said that their attack on Iran would affect the countries in the region. What does it mean when you put these two messages together?
I don't know. I mean, the Israelis are doing a lot of posturing right now, and much of that is for political purposes. The United States, Israel has to be careful, because if, for instance, it strikes Iranian oil targets, the Iranian response will be to shut down Middle East oil production, shut down the Strait of Hormuz, and throw the global economy into absolute paralysis. The American economy on the eve of an election will be spinning out of control, will be devastating for the Biden administration and the Harris candidacy. And if Israel thinks that it can do this and not pay a price, I think they're wrong. And I think the Biden administration is trying to impart that on. So you've heard from the Israelis, okay, we won't hit oil targets. Then you've seen them say, well, we're going to hit nuclear targets. That's been their fantasy. Well, they can't hit nuclear targets. We'll just start off with the reality that the most important nuclear targets, Natanz and Firdos, are underground. And so especially Firdos would require the use of nuclear weapons to destroy it. And that would require Israel to, basically end its policy of deliberate ambiguity and acknowledge we are a nuclear power and that we have used nuclear weapons preemptively. This would trigger Iran's withdrawal from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and the rapid development of a nuclear weapons capability that would be used in retaliation against Israel and destroy Israel. It has the potential of bringing in Russia and the United States as well. So the United States has said, we don't want you to go down this path as well. So this leaves Israel with doing a retaliation that will strike military targets, leadership targets, maybe some non-oil and gas producing infrastructure targets. But Iran has said, if you do this, we will hit you with a saturation attack, 1,000 missiles, maybe 2,000 missiles coming in and taking out Israel's infrastructure itself. And maybe Israel's willing to risk all this in the hopes of dragging the United States into into a larger conflict. But to sit there and talk about the region as well. Look, Saudi Arabia, made peace with Iran, the rapprochement, and many other nations are willing to live with Iran because they believe, that Iran is a regional power with, significant military capabilities that can no longer be intimidated, and that rather than continuing to go down the path of forceful containment, that maybe the best path is to learn how to peacefully coexist. And I think the Israeli attack is designed to demonstrate to the nations of the region that Iran is not a power, a superpower, that it is very vulnerable to attack, and that the nation should reevaluate their stance vis-a-vis Iran. I think the Israelis would also seek to simultaneously engender some sort of domestic unrest similar to what happened in 2023 and the aftermath of the death of that Iranian girl that died in police custody because of the hijab violation. But this is all rhetoric. I mean, we have to see what Israel can do. Hitting Iran is a very difficult proposition. Iran is a long way away. There will be the need for refueling. There will be the need to be able to overcome Iran's air defense system. Israel's never attempted something like this before. Russia may be involved both in terms of manning and directing S-400 missile batteries, but also maybe piloting Su-35 interceptor aircraft, maybe integrating their own AWACS aircraft, which can take off and fly a profile over the Caspian Sea to detect any incoming F-35s, F-22s, F-15Is, and vector Iranian air defense to them. There's no guarantee that Israel is going to be able to pull this off. It's a very, very difficult proposition. So I hear a lot of rhetoric coming out of Israel, but trying to transform that rhetoric into reality is it's a tall order.
Don't you think that putting 100 American soldiers in Israel with this new air defense system would complicate the situation between Iran and Israel, even the United States?
No. First of all, Iran doesn't need to target it. Iran will be able to hit all the sites it wants to hit. There's only 48 interceptors in the THAAD system. If Iran fires 1,000 missiles and all 48 hit, and I'm not much of a mathematician, but that leads me to believe there'd be 952 missiles that are still inbound. And if Iran follows up with another salvo of 1,000 missiles, the THAAD becomes a totally irrelevant system, easily saturated, easily defeated. And again, it's not, new. This is older technology. It's technology that has its roots in the technology of the 70s and the methodologies of the 70s, as opposed to something new that just came out of the American defense industry brain trust. So the THAAD's not going to be a game changer. It's not going to do anything. It's more of a political statement saying we are here. It's also, to be frank, it's part of the standard force protection package. If we're going to be, because we have Americans, there was like 100 Americans to be deployed to Israel full time. We already have Americans deployed to Israel full time. We have a large number of logisticians, cargo handlers that are, living and operating in Nevatim and other airfields to receive incoming American aircraft and offload them. We already have Americans in harm's way. This is just a standard force protection package that's put in when Americans could find themselves potentially in the middle of a conflict. The threat is identified as missiles. Therefore, the counter to the threat will be an anti-missile capability. THAAD is one of the most advanced anti-missile capabilities the United States possesses, so we're deploying it. But it's not going to change anything.
Do you think that the question is, many people are asking, what was the necessity of Israel receiving this new air defense system, this THAAD, the air defense system from the United States? Is that related to what has happened to Nevatim Air Base during that attack, that Iranian attack? Did they destroy any air defense system that Israelis wanted to replace it, or it's an additional aid to Israel?
Well, again, we don't know the full extent of the damage done by the Iranian missiles. We do know that there were 32 separate impact points on Nevatim. We also know that some missiles came in and hit targets that the Iranians say are related to Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 systems, that these impacts took place before the air raid sirens came off, indicating perhaps hypersonic capabilities. So the fact of the matter is the Israelis don't have an air defense system that works. To integrate THAAD it's been tested, as I said, in I think 2019. THAAD was brought in, and they did the integration test. That you have a different kind of radar that's collecting data. How do you integrate that data into the overall data collection that's taking place, inclusive of American overhead satellites, the Aegis ships that are parked off the coast of the Mediterranean and down the Red Sea, their radars. So you have to find a way to plug in this radar data to integrate it in. So they've already tested it. So the THAAD is literally at this point in time a plug-in, plug-out system. It was deployed in October, integrated. So it's not as though the THAAD is going to radically change anything. It's going to plug in and add its capabilities. Now, the 48 interceptors have different intercept parameters, profiles that'll be factored in. So as a threat comes in, your battle management is going to detect and direct intercepts to take place. I think it's an S-band radar, but I could be wrong. Maybe an X-band radar on the THAAD. It's going to intercept at a further rate. It's going to be able to direct. So the THAAD is going to add a certain element of intercept capability to the system. And then you have to deconflict. I mean, what's David Sling doing? If THAAD's going to take over this sector, where's David Sling? You don't want them being overlapping sectors, because that's a waste of resources. You don't want to be firing THAAD and David Sling at the same target. So there's deconfliction that has to take place. This has all been factored in. And again, the Iranians aren't worried about this. I really don't think. First of all, the Iranians are smart. I don't know the Iranian battle plan. I don't know, what their thinking is, but I do know this. These are very smart people who are smarter than I am on these issues, and I know how I would plan an attack and the factors that I would put into it. And I'm confident that based upon the plan I could come up with, that I can easily overwhelm every aspect of the Israeli-American air defense umbrella that's been put up there, that it will not stop a concerted attack. And if Scott Ritter can do that thousands of miles removed, sitting in his office at home, I think Iranians who possess far better intelligence, who know the full capabilities of their systems, and have designed their systems. Remember, some of these are newer weapons that have been designed specifically for this purpose. For instance, the Fatah 2 is a solid rocket missile specifically designed to strike Israel. I think the Iranians have this problem set covered, and they will, they made their point twice. In Operation True Promise 1, they saturated the air defense. They collected so much intelligence, it's beyond belief. How the aircraft operated, how the aircraft communicated, how the air defense responded as different levels of threat penetrated deeper and deeper inside Israel. They were able to look at how the battle space was handed off from from the aircraft firing forward to forward air defense to intermediate air defense to final air defense. The Iranians collected everything, and they're very good at this collection. And remember, Hezbollah is collecting intelligence, and Iran is collecting that intelligence on behalf. Hezbollah is collecting on behalf of Iran, and I think Iranian collectors are right there. Syria is collecting intelligence. The Russians are collecting intelligence. This is all being fed back to the Iranians. They had a full intelligence picture of what was going on, how the allies, Israel and their allied nations responded, and they've adapted to it. Operation True Promise 2 was a purely ballistic missile attack that you saw just saturated, boom, and it wasn't even the best missiles Iran has. This time around, Iran is going to be able to, it'll be devastating for the Israelis. What will happen if Iran does attack in THAAD or Israeli air defense Arrow 2, 3, David Slings, Patriots, Aegis, SM-3s. They'll be able to intercept a handful of missiles. They're not going to intercept any of the hypersonics. And once the system gets saturated, it's ineffective, and the Iranian missiles are going to be able to hit whatever targets they want to.
In your opinion, if Israel decides to attack Iran, they're going to attack Iran by missiles together with fighter jets? What type, and do we know what type of missiles do they have to attack Iran in terms of ballistic missiles, hypersonic, supersonic?
The Israelis have the Jericho class missile that they use. That's their primary nuclear delivery vehicle. I believe that it probably has been configured with conventional kinetic penetration warheads to hit hard targets, but probably also maybe some conventional explosives to take out leadership targets. But there's only so many that they have. They don't have thousands of them. They have scores of them. Maybe when they bring out in reserves, they might have a couple hundred of them. That's it. They also have cruise missiles that can be fired from submarines. So they have this German electric submarine is very quiet. Oftentimes is operating in the Red Sea. Believe it can project itself into the Arabian Sea, hover off the coast of Iran undetected, and fire missiles in that way. But then the primary strike vehicle for the Israelis will be aircraft, will be the F-35 or the F-15I strike aircraft. Your fighter protection will be with F-22s and probably F-16s. Maybe some of the F-16s will also be involved in attacking. I don't know. But that's their primary. But putting together a package like this, there's two scenarios that can be done. One is the stealth scenario. That is that you come in with a small number of aircraft that seek to use surprise and their stealth approach to penetrate rapidly, drop bombs, and get the heck out. You get to do that one time. And then you've got to go to the sustained strike package. And this means you're coming in with what we call during the Gulf War the guerrilla package. I mean, it's a big whole bunch of aircraft coming in. You have to put tankers in the air. You have to provide combat air protection for those tankers. Those tankers have to be rotated out because they themselves are operating away from their bases of operations. So basically, you got to put full-time gas station in the air. And then you've got to cycle airplanes in, get fueled up, and then go in and strike. And as they strike, you need, it's not just the strike aircraft. You need electronic warfare aircraft. You need combat air patrol aircraft to protect against air. You need suppression of enemy air defense aircraft. And so, you've got, there's an air campaign being run that is just that, a campaign. The initial strikes might be to suppress air defense. Then you have to come in and sweep the skies, and then you have to come in and you try to strike. This requires a lot of airplanes flying deep into Iran in a very exposed position. And eventually Iran will adapt to this. And then now we have a strategic air war being fought between Israel and Iran. And Israel, frankly speaking, can't sustain that because the casualties that will be accrued, both in terms of actual combat casualties, but remember, we're talking about aircraft like the F-35, which is notorious in terms of the amount of hours needed to keep it flying. And if you start using the F-35 on, in combat related, the kind of tempo related to combat, pretty soon your entire fleet's going to be down on the ground getting maintained. And now you're limited to what you can go. Everybody who's saying that Israel can do X, Y, and Z on the air, there's a reason why Israel has come to the conclusion that it must have the United States. First of all, to protect the tankers. You're not going to be able to run those gas stations over Iraqi airspace without American protection. The Iranians will get them. They will shoot them down. So now, how do you even begin talking about a sustained air campaign against Iran without American involvement? So if America is not going to be involved, you're basically talking about that one-time stealth attack, pop a couple targets, and come out. But that's a one-time trick. And here's the problem. If Iran lives up to its promise, you come in and you bomb, By the time your planes try to land at the airfield that they took off from, that airfield may no longer exist because Iran's not coming in with 200 missiles. Next time they're coming in with 1,000 to 2,000 missiles. And that's a completely different ballgame. So it's just not as easy as everybody thinks it's made out to be.
And last time I talked with Ted Postal, he mentioned how Patriot system is successful against fighter jets. And what do we know about, because he said that against missiles, they're not that much successful as much as they are against fighter jets, and because it's so easy for them to hit the target. And when it comes to the Russian system, S-300, 400, how do you evaluate these air defense systems, and how successful would they be in attacking Israeli fighter jets?
Well, there's two things. One, Israel's plans have been predicated on S-300 type air defense capabilities backed by indigenous Iranian capabilities, with Iranian aircraft vectored in using Iranian command and control capabilities. But if Russia, folds in its AWACS capabilities, the advanced radar capabilities, the S-400, well, I'm not saying that Israel can't come up with a solution to that. Look, the S-400 is not perfect. The Ukrainians have, flown, the Scalp missile and the Storm Shadow, over S-400 sites and struck S-400 sites. So it's not the perfect weapon system. But none of those attacks took place without extensive NATO intelligence involvement, meaning the Ukrainians didn't wake up in the morning and go, let's go bomb an S-400 site. To take out the S-400, there were significant inputs made by NATO and the United States on facilitating that attack. Israel could receive those same inputs, but it's going to require them to redo their plan. One of the reasons why Israel may be waiting so long right now is that they have to redo their plans. And it's not just redoing the plans on paper. Their aircraft have to fly the profiles to make sure that the pilots are ready for what's going on. They have to rehearse this. And some of their rehearsals may include actual combat operations. For instance, some of the profiles that Iran is flying into Lebanon, into Syria, may incorporate some of the new tactics that Israel may use against Iran without saying so. But again, the Iranians and the Russians are on the alert for that. They're collecting the intelligence, they're factoring it in. So, this just complicates things. I'm not saying that the S-400 can't shoot down Israeli aircraft. Maybe they can. Probably they can. But if Israel doesn't change its attack parameters to incorporate this new capability, then that's definitely they will shoot down Israeli aircraft, including the F-35. So Israel has to reevaluate the total strike package. And now it complicates things because these tactics may require aircraft to fly, terrain masking profiles for a longer distance. That burns up fuel, which means now you either have to push tankers forward, to fuel off, or you have to change aircraft. So you can't use planes that burn fuel. You have to swap them out for planes that can conserve fuel, and you may lose some capacity there. Planning an airstrike package like this is a very complicated thing. And the Russians providing the Iranians with S-400 electronic warfare and S-35 aircraft with the potential of being backed up by, the Russian AWACS aircraft. These are game changers. It doesn't mean game winners. It means game changers, that Israel will have to change the way it's playing the game if it wants to succeed.
And if you remember, before the conflict in Ukraine started, we had the total the communication between Russia and the United States just stopped, and nobody was talking with the United States in those days after failing to talk with Zelensky. And right now in the Middle East, yesterday the foreign minister of Iran was talking about that they're not having any sort of communication with the United States because they don't see any sort of benefit coming out of these talks. And do you think that, how do you find the situation right now? Do you think it's still under the control, they can control it, or it's getting out of the hand?
It's totally out of control. There's no diplomatic engagement. The United States, look, Biden just recently announced that he wanted to, resume, negotiations over arms control, the strategic nuclear forces arms control. Nobody's going to talk to him. He can't be trusted, first of all. The United States can't be trusted. We've lied from day one. We lie about everything. And we still have a policy that says we want to strategically defeat Russia. Why would Russia agree to negotiate away the one thing that guarantees it will never be strategically defeated, which is its strategic nuclear forces, at a time when the United States still, actively embraces this policy? And even if the United States said, well, we changed the policy, we can't be trusted, we lie. I just want to tell your audience, in 2009, 2010, when the New START treaty was being negotiated between the Obama administration and the the Russian government, the Russians said that, look, we don't want to negotiate this this treaty, reduction in nuclear forces without we have to factor in ballistic missile defense. We're very concerned that if we start lowering the numbers of strategic nuclear forces we have, if you have missile defense, we're going to run into a situation where you have the potential of shooting down more missiles than we have, and that's the end of our nuclear deterrence. And the Obama administration at the time promised, it was then President Medvedev, look, we might be able to get this strategic arms reduction treaty through Congress to get it ratified by the Senate. But if we roll in air defense, missile defense, we can't get both of those passed. What we will do is, if you do this, trust us, the biggest words, and never trust Americans when their lips are moving because they're lying. Trust us. We'll get this treaty done, and then we promise we'll turn to the issue of ballistic missile defense. Anatoly Antonov, who was former Russian ambassador to the United States, just left, was the lead negotiator at that time, and he prevailed upon Medvedev to agree to this. And so they got the new treaty. The United States lied about that too. I mean, we lied about everything. We negotiated in bad faith about, how we do counting, how you pull launch capability out of a submarine or a B-52 bomber. What we did is easily reversible, and we bragged about it. We had generals before Congress saying, don't worry about those numbers, because in a crisis, we can reverse them overnight and get our numbers up really quick. We built this treaty to achieve that. Do you see what I say? We built a treaty designed to reduce nuclear weapons so that we could trick the Russians in rapidly increasing the number of deployed nuclear forces at any time. That's called negotiation in bad faith. But the worst part came after the treaty was ratified, passed through, et cetera, when Anatoly Antonov picked up the phone and called Rose Goldmuller and said, okay, we're ready to move on anti-ballistic missiles. The United States said, nah, we're not going to do that. That's not going to happen. This isn't ancient history, ladies and gentlemen. This just happened. The Russians don't trust the United States. They don't trust anything the United States says. So they'll never, at this point in time, they're just not interested in entering into any of these negotiations. So there's no diplomacy there. With Iran, there was a back channel taking place, apparently. The Iranians recently came out and made a statement that there was a back channel taking place through an intermediary, probably Qatar, which historically has done this role. They didn't get into what it was, but they said, we're done. There will be no more back channel, no more talk. Why? Well, because the United States, in carrying out this back channel, revealed that the Iranians had put on the table the possibility that they could absorb a limited Israeli strike and not retaliate. That's what the United States wanted. They wanted to bring this thing to an end. Now, the Iranians can't admit this in public because the whole idea of deterrence and everything is it's got to be believable. And so the Iranians are negotiating in secret with the United States to do something that is, it's difficult for any nation to do, to say we'll absorb a limited attack and we won't retaliate in order to bring this thing to an end. Then the United States leaks this. The Iranians, it's humiliating for them. They now have to explain to their people why this was. So they said, no more. We're done with the Americans. We can't trust you. You're liars. You can't be trusted. There's no diplomacy. So whatever hope we had with working back channels with the Iranians to, mitigate potential wider war is done because America, once again, can't be trusted.
Right now, Russian fighters are attacking some targets in Idlib and Aleppo and in those regions, which recently we've learned that the United States is providing them with weapons. And they're talking about that Turkey is behind these people as well. But right now that Russia is attacking them in terms, it's a preemptive attack, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the case, Scott?
Russia's been attacking them for some time now. You're talking about in Idlib. You're talking about the Islamists. Russia's been attacking them for some time now. The intensity of the attacks is increasing. And this may be in preparation for maybe a joint offensive operation between Russia, Syria, and Turkey to eliminate this problem, because this is, it's a huge problem for for regional security. This Wahhabist Al-Qaeda literal enclave that Turkey built, but Turkey can't control right now. It's and as long as it's there, it'll be impossible for the millions of refugees from Syria who are in Turkey to come home. Erdogan has a huge political problem. He needs to get these refugees out of Turkey, and he can't do that until Syria is stabilized, politically stabilized, and that can't happen until Idlib is cleansed. So I think you're starting to see the end game for these Islamists.
And Turkish government is attacking the Kurdish community, and which we know that the United States is providing them with weapons. What a complex situation, Scott, we're witnessing right now in the Middle East. It's in the United States, in Syria, with these Kurdish people against Turkey. And can we understand what would be the end game of the United States in the Middle East, considering all these activities?
Well, the end game of the United States is clear. Instability, chaos, friction, violence. The perpetual war that exists in the Middle East is good for American business. We're able to sell weapons. We're able to prevent our opponents from consolidating power and influence. This is what we do best. The last thing we want is peace and stability to break out, because the reality is if peace and stability breaks out, Mother Nature dictates that you're going to have a better relations with people closer to you than you are to people far away from you, because the day-to-day interface is consistent. America will be at a strategic disadvantage. The only way that we can insert ourselves into this region is to make ourselves relevant. And we have opted to make ourselves relevant through military force. That is the go-to agency for the United States on how we deal with the world, the use of military force. I've likened what America is doing to I call it the American Midas touch. Because America believes, because we are the exceptional nation, we are the indispensable nation, that everything we touch is gold, and that it somehow benefits us. So we touch a reason, we get a war, we sell weapons, that's gold. We touch another region, drive threats out, take over, have neocolonial economic exploitation. Just think cobalt in Congo. People Google it, you'll know what I'm talking about. We need the cobalt. We need it for our cell phones and all our little electronics in the Congo. In order to get the cobalt out of the Congo, we need a civil war that's been going on now for decades, that's killed millions of people that nobody talks about, and it causes millions of small children to work in these mines under horrific conditions, poisoning their bodies, limiting their lifespan, just so that we all can have the convenience of having a cell phone. This is what America does. Touch it, gold for us. But the problem is, if you look at the Midas story, King Midas, this was a curse, because yes, everything he touched was the gold, but then he got hungry and they handed him an apple, and he touched the apple and he couldn't eat it because it's gold. He tried to drink water, couldn't, turned to gold. His daughter came to him and asked why he's so unhappy, and he touched her. She died. She turned to gold. And that's how King Midas ended up dying, starved, alone, because the Midas touch was a curse, and the American Midas touch is a curse. Everything we touch dies. I'll challenge anybody to come up with show me where this isn't the case. We touched Iraq, millions of dead. We've touched Ukraine, hundreds of thousands of dead. Syria, hundreds of thousands of dead, if not more. Somalia, whatever we touch dies. We've done nothing good, especially since the end of the Cold War.
Erdogan just today said that the way that the United States, the Israelis are behaving in the Middle East right now, we cannot call them a state, because there is no country in the UN that cannot define its borders. It's the only country on this planet without defining its borders. How in 1948, when they have decided to put out a state of Israel, just recognizing this country, one of the conditions was to accept a Palestinian state, Scott. And what is and on the other hand, Erdogan is asking to boycott Israel, to put tremendous sanctions and so forth and so on. How do you find it right now, the situation? And do you think with these new talks on the part of Erdogan, maybe Arab states together with Iran, all together, Europeans are talking about this right now, and they're getting more serious about the conditions. As we talk at the beginning of this talk, the Biden administration finally is talking about it at least. And how do you see the situation with Israelis, and why we cannot pressure them to at least define their borders?
Because to get Israel to define their borders honestly would require Israel to admit that it has no desire to abide by international law, because the borders as defined by Israel isn't just about eliminating the Palestinian state. Once you allow that to happen, once you buy into the notion that Israel has a historical right to greater Israel, understand that the Israelis don't self-limit to the Palestinian territory. They're talking about expanding up to the Euphrates, to the Nile, and they view greater Israel in biblical terms. And this is why Israel won't commit openly to these borders, because Israel has become a nation that is not governed by the laws of man, but rather governed by what the Israelis claim to be the law of God. And remember, the Israelis, the Jews view themselves as the chosen people, that they are God's chosen. And when you get into the Talmud, which is basically the interpretation of the Torah by ancient Hebrew scholars that have become basically the go-to text for rabbis to talk about, how to translate what took place in the Torah and the Bible to life. There are some very extreme Talmudic texts that speak of goyim. People like me, I don't know your religious background, I don't care, it's your business, but if you're not Jewish, you're goy, and you're an animal. And then we can go on there. It just devolves into murder, rape, all the things that they're allowed to do the goy, because the goy aren't human. We don't count. And when under normal circumstances, this kind of extreme interpretation of religious text would be, left to a minority of people who, because of civil society, wouldn't be able to give voice to this. Look, I can go into the Christian Bible and pull out things that have been used to justify mass murder over the years. People can go to the Islamic text of the Quran and do the same thing. There's no religion that's immune to this. But what happened when, for instance, ISIS created the caliphate in Syria and Iraq, and chose to define Islam in the most extreme manner? The Islamic world turned against it and said, no, that's not what Islam is. That's what you say Islam is, but Islam isn't that. Islam is, a religion that promotes peace as opposed to the terror that you talk about. We don't promote murder. We do this. The same thing with Christians. By and large, the Christian faith is saying we believe in nonviolence, even though historically we know that hasn't always been the case. But and Jews, in the United States, there was a time you could go to a synagogue and you were dealing with people of peace. They peaceful coexistence, getting along. There was a time when you could have inter-congregational meetings with Jews and Christians, not so much Muslims, because we've always been prejudiced against Muslims, but you should be able to come together and talk about these things. But now the synagogues have become, because of this conflict, have become festering cesspools of Jewish-centric fanaticism that speaks about defending Israel at all costs, that puts Israel ahead of the United States. It speaks about a greater Israel and the need to pursue a greater Israel, which condemns the Palestinians. It doesn't promote peaceful coexistence with the Palestinians. This is what the Jewish faith has become at this point in time. Not all of them, of course not. Not even the majority of them, but a very vocal, increasing minority that has seized control of Israel itself. We have to understand that Israel is firmly in control, under the control of people who promote greater Israel, who view Palestinians as animals, who have said this and said it publicly. Israel today, as it exists, is incompatible with civilized life. It's incompatible with the rule of law. It's incompatible with the United Nations. The United Nations, which gave it life, Israel is turning on it like a cancer, seeking to bring it down. Israel's turning on everybody. This is what happens when a cancer gets into the final stages. It kills everything in order to keep itself alive. It will kill the host body to keep itself alive. That's what Israel is doing right now. It's a cancer, a tumor that must be excised if the region and the world is going to survive. Israel, as it's currently configured, cannot be allowed to exist. It has lost the right to exist. You don't get to do what Israel's doing. Total disregard for the law. Anytime a people say that we are more important than everybody else, that everybody else has to yield to our desire. Look, America's been saying that for some time now, and the world's turning on America. Israel ain't America. It's a tiny little country that's acting as if it has some sort of moral right to impose its will on the world, dictating to the United Nations that gave it life, dictating to the Palestinians, dictating to the Lebanese, and now dictating to America. The one thing they cannot live without is America, and they're starting to try and dictate to us. What the end game is going to be, I don't know. But I can say this, that Israel as it currently exists with this mindset, this political mindset, this ultra-Zionism, it will self-destruct because it's an unsustainable ideology, and the methodologies that they're using to keep themselves alive as a nation are incompatible with international humanity, international law. I watched a video, I think it dates back to 1992, and there was a Holocaust survivor, a professor who had just won, I think, the Israel Prize, and he was being chastised by some right-wing Israeli politicians and academics because he had compared, Zionists, Jewish Zionists, to Nazis, and they were chastising him. How dare you do this? And the guy was hammered. Do you believe that Jews are Nazis? And he said there are elements within Israel that have embraced the ideology of the Nazis. And then he said, so they have the Israelis killed 6 million? Have we burned 6 million, put them up the crematorium? Have we done this? Have we done this? Have we done this? And the guy kept saying Israel has created these concentration camps. So the one guy conceded that Israel had created concentration camps, but he said, you can't call us Nazis because we haven't burned them in the ovens yet. And the last thing the guy said, as he pointed to him, he said, that's your prophecy. That's your prophecy. Meaning that, before the crematorium came the concentration camps. Germany built concentration camps before they built crematorium. Israel built concentration camps before they decided to burn the Palestinians to death. And we saw Israel literally burn a Palestinian family to death, alive, in front of everybody, for the whole world to see. What's the world doing about it? Not a damn thing.
Yeah. Scott, right now in the United States, right and left, the Biden administration is putting out statements talking about that if Iran tries to harm Trump, they're gonna. It's an act of war. And it's so ridiculous, unbelievable right now, because the Iranian officials in New York, they gave tons of interviews to the mainstream media talking about these accusations that they're not interested in killing Trump or assassinating Trump or anything with Trump. And because at the end of the day, the foreign policy of the United States doesn't that much change. That doesn't change when it comes to Iran. Doesn't matter if it's a Republican, Democrat. They're having the same type of policy interactions with Iran. What would Iran be interested in assassinating Donald Trump or harming Donald Trump to help, I don't know, to help whatever it is in their mind?
Look, there's an element within Iran that definitely would like to see revenge against Donald Trump for the crime of assassination of Qasem Soleimani. Iran hasn't forgotten about that crime. But the leadership, the Iranian leadership, which would have to order this, is a leadership that looks strategically. And, doing something like that would trigger a response, potential of full-scale war. That why Iran doesn't need it. There's no strategic advantage to doing this. Iran is not the kind of nation that is going to commit national suicide just to say, oh, we got an act of revenge here. The Iranians have said that, one day the United States will pay a price, and that day may come, but not right now. There's too much at stake here. Iran doesn't want the United States to join in with Israel to attack it. So why would it give the United States any reason to do this? Iran wants to, be thoroughly integrated into BRICS and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, because that's the path towards their future economic, revival. Why would they want to that through a silly act of revenge? They're not trying to. I'll just make it clear as day. Iran is not trying to kill the president of the United States, and we know it too. It turns out that one of the intelligence threads that was used by Avril Haines when she briefed Donald Trump about the Iranian threat was an FBI setup where the FBI created the Iranian threat and was trying to lure somebody in, believing that he would be facilitating it. But that's like me saying that Al Qaeda is trying to. The FBI's done this before. Al Qaeda is trying to shoot down American airliners. So we go to Poughkeepsie, New York, and we go out in front of a mosque and we say, "Hey, who wants to get back at America, the evil Americans?" And somebody comes in, we say, "Hey, what do you think? You want to shoot down an airplane?" "I don't know. I mean, could we do that?" "Yeah, I can. I got a missile launcher here." "I don't know. Should we?" "Yeah, I could order the missile launcher for you." "Oh, all right. Well, why don't you order it? You're under arrest for trying to organize an Al Qaeda attempt to shoot down airplanes." Guy had no intention of shooting down airplanes. Totally an FBI fabrication. And I would say that almost every aspect of this so-called Iranian threat against Donald Trump is an FBI fabrication. There's nothing real to it. And I can't say that I've seen the intelligence. I haven't. I've seen things there. But again, I used to be part of that game, at a pretty good level. And I know how that game is played. And the game hasn't changed. And so the U.S. intelligence community is not about trying to secure the national security interests of the United States. The U.S. intelligence community has been thoroughly corrupted by politicization, and their job is to advance the political interests of the powers that are in, or namely speaking, the establishment. Donald Trump is not of the establishment, and so the intelligence community is designed to disrupt Donald Trump, to interfere with Donald Trump, to create problems for Donald Trump. If you think that this, what did Donald Trump say a week before this? A week before this, and a lot of Americans didn't pick up on it, but he said the sanctions against Iran is stupid. He said, I put sanctions on when I was president, but I take them off. And he said, right now we should be in the business of taking the sanctions off of Iran so that we can pursue stability in the region. and suddenly Iran wants to assassinate Donald Trump. Cause and effect relationship, ladies and gentlemen. The intelligence community, the establishment, the Biden administration couldn't allow Donald Trump to further that line of thinking. And so suddenly we have an Iranian assassination attempt against the president that simply doesn't exist.
And the other thing that we can witness from the behavior of Iranians, Hezbollah, Houthis, even with Israel, which they consider as enemy, they don't kill civilians. They didn't attack civilian infrastructures. They attacked the air bases, the military bases, and with the assassination of Nasrallah, Ismail Haniyeh, we didn't see any sort of these attacks coming to the civilian parts of Israel.
No, I mean, you can criticize Hezbollah all you want, you criticize Hamas. I mean, Hamas used to be criticized because rightfully so. I mean, I was in Israel from 1994 and 1998. Every time I visited, every time without exception, there was a Hamas terrorist attack that killed Israeli civilians. Hamas was targeting Israeli civilians as part of a broader strategy of undermining support for Yitzhak Rabin's, embrace of the Oslo Accords. But Hezbollah and Iran, they seriously incorporate the teachings of Islam. I mean, when you're a theocratic institution, and you base your justification for existing on your adherence to your religion, in this case Islam, when the teachings of Muhammad, the Prophet Muhammad, it's specifically says you will not kill innocent women and children. This is not what you do. We don't hit the innocents. That's against Islam. That we will kill those people who fight us. But we don't attack women and children. They factor this into their reality. This is their approach. Look at Iran. Both strikes. That you had. I think one civilian tragically died when a booster landed on him in Jericho, and another one may have died elsewhere. But it wasn't deliberate targeting. The Iranians went out of their way not to target civilians. Hezbollah has not been in the business of killing Israeli civilians. They are in the business of killing the Israeli military and destroying military targets. The Israelis believe in collective punishment. That's what they're doing in Gaza. That's what they're doing in Beirut, where they are punishing the civilians for the sins of, or the alleged sins, depending on your point of view, of Hamas and Hezbollah. So when Israel says we're the most moral army, it's a joke. It's a lie. Israel is the most immoral army imaginable on every level. They deliberately assassinate children. Their snipers are trained to take out children, take out mothers. They don't care because they view these people as animals. They believe in the collective punishment because they say that if we kill enough civilians, the civilians will turn on the source of the violence, which isn't us, but Hezbollah and Hamas. That has never worked. It hasn't worked in Gaza. It's not going to work in Lebanon. It didn't work in Lebanon in 2006. It won't work in Lebanon today. But the end result, though, is still tens of thousands, in this case, perhaps hundreds of thousands. And if it continues, millions of civilians dying at the hands of this unlawful, rogue, terrorist, genocidal state called Israel.
And the other thing would be the situation with UNIFIL in Lebanon. And Netanyahu is asking them to get out of Lebanon. And on the other hand, they're insisting to be in Lebanon. And Netanyahu said that they didn't attack UNIFIL. And why he's trying to do this, and why does he need UNIFIL to leave Lebanon?
I mean, UNIFIL, occupies a very strategic, space in Lebanon, southern Lebanon, south of the Litani River. Israel would like freedom of operation. UNIFIL prevents that freedom of operation. UNIFIL also provides inconvenient eyes that can see the crimes of Israel. It's interesting to hear, Israel talk about, well, Hamas or Hezbollah operates, in southern Lebanon, and UNIFIL doesn't do anything to stop them. Here, Israel has invaded Lebanon, invaded without any legal authority. It's a gross violation of international law. And Hezbollah is defending itself. UNIFIL isn't going to be in the business of preventing Hezbollah from defending Lebanese soil. And defense can take the form of retaliation against Israel by striking in Israel. So it's a total misread of the reality by Israel about UNIFIL. But Israel has been attacking UNIFIL for years. If you go back into the 1990s, you remember there was the infamous case where Naftali Bennett was the head of, I think, a Magalan commando unit operating in the rear, hunting down Hezbollah mortar operators when they came under fire. And in order to get withdrawn, they had to put down artillery fire on the people that had compromised his position. He panicked. And basically, he ordered strikes to take place against refugees who had fled into a UNIFIL camp or were in a UNIFIL bunker, and the artillery hit that and killed dozens of them, including some UNIFIL soldiers. Israel denied it, lied about it, and later on said, oh, it was an accident. There wasn't anything accidental about it. If you read the final report, it says it was deliberate targeting by Israel. Israel doesn't make too many accidents. I had back again in the 90s when we were talking about bringing in drones to incorporate into the UN weapons inspection capability so that we could fly drones over Iraq and monitor looking for movement of weapons of mass destruction, potential things of that nature. I went to Israel and was given a tour of one of their major drone bases that operated inside, operated drones over Lebanon. And so I was able to go in and watch the launch, watch the operation, watch what they're having, and talk to them about, drone operations at large. There's no accidents. Everything Israel done is done over, positive control, overwatch. There's panic. The Israelis aren't as good as everybody leads them to believe, including their so-called elite special forces. They tend to scream like stuck pigs when they get shot. They get shot often because they're fighting forces that, aren't defenseless civilians in the West Bank or in Gaza. These are hardened Hezbollah fighters who are resisting. But the drones see everything, and everything is directed. There's decisions that are made. The Israelis, what they're very good at is lying. They are consummate liars. They lie about everything. They don't tell the truth about anything. And that's the reality of it.
Do you think if Israel continues with this attitude in the Middle East, are we going to see some sort of joint operation, maybe Iran and Turkey together against Israel? And that would be a game changer in terms of what the United States is trying to do in the Middle East, because Turkey is part of NATO.
That would be interesting. I don't know if Turkey and Iran are capable of having that level of cooperation. The only reason why I bring that up is that Turkey is a major supporter of Azerbaijan, and Iran right now, is supporting Armenia in tensions that exist in the Southern Caucasus. And Iran has threatened that if Azerbaijan were to take certain actions against Armenia, I think it's the Lechon corridor or something of that nature, that they would intervene, and then Turkey would come in, and now you'd have a regional conflict between Iran and Turkey. Can they bury that hatchet and move on? I don't know. I think Iran, I think what can happen is that there can be a Iranian component, and then independent of Iran, Turkey could intervene. But Turkey's not there yet. There's a lot of rhetoric taking place on the part of Turkey, but they're not ready to commit. And I don't think the region's ready to commit. For Turkey to physically intervene, they'd have to come through Syria. That requires, solving the Idlib problem. That requires solving the Kurdistan, the Kurdish problem.
Which they're doing right now.
Well, they're trying, but it's not as easy as people think. And then there's the United States and NATO problem. I mean, what happens if Turkey decides that it would go against Israel? How does the United States and NATO deal with that? The United States is a NATO ally. Does the United States militarily intervene and attack Turkey? And if the United States attack Turkey, does Article 5 kick in? What does Russia do if the United States attacks Turkey and Turkey suddenly says, screw it, we're not NATO, we're activating relationship with the Russians and the Iranians, and now we have a whole different thing. It's all fantasy. This is stuff that plays out in academia, but I think Turkey's so far removed from the potential of launching a military strike against Israel, it's not even worth talking about at this point in time.
Who didn't realize that they were preparing for like a mega earthquake drill in St. Louis right now? Watch this.
I-64 behind us, you can see some military vehicles and military members starting to arrive and get ready to go for this exercise. The drills start today. Really, this is more of a prep day, and then they run through Wednesday. The downtown area will be even busier than usual with this large-scale training taking place. Bob Mario Automotive Group Skyfox can show you the scene over us live right now. Again, we're in this parking lot just south of Busch Stadium. Vehicles just starting to arrive as things start to amp up here for this training. We can also show you some video that we captured a little earlier as military vehicles started making their way through downtown St. Louis. The exercises here are being facilitated by the Michigan National Guard working in conjunction with the Missouri National Guard. The drill scenario here involves an 8.4 magnitude earthquake from the new Madrid seismic fault hitting the St. Louis area. The training is going to focus on a simulated response to structural damage, civilian casualties, and chemical contamination in the vicinity of Busch Stadium during a baseball game. Organizers tell us some 500 people are taking part in this drill. It also involves river crossings along the Mississippi between St. Charles and Grafton in the event that bridges could be damaged by a major disaster like an earthquake. These exercises are not open to the public. Authorities say drivers along 40 or 64 near Busch could see this equipment and exercises taking place. I-55 drivers might also see some military traffic this morning. These exercises are going to use a lot of material, including helicopters and vehicles, damaged vehicles and debris, and there will be multiple staging areas near Busch Stadium. One note for drivers, 8th and Clark right by Busch will be closed during the day as these exercises unfold. This is the first time that St. Louis is hosting these exercises. Last year, similar exercises took place in Nashville. We have more vehicles trying to kind of pull in here as this starts to get going. More military vehicles, some St. Louis police vehicles just around the area here, all taking part in this exercise.
For those that have been subscribed to me for quite some time now, you will know that I have been making videos talking about the new Madrid fault line for quite some time now. Now, in those videos, I had said we will see a massive earthquake strike the new Madrid fault line anytime between the end of 2024 and 2025. And I'm not saying this because I believe I'm some type of weather channel. There's a lot of other YouTubers that talk about the weather, that talk about earthquakes, and they do it a lot better. And I'm not talking about an earthquake striking the new Madrid fault line because of some kind of prophecy or some type of prediction. But ever since the April 8th solar eclipse, everything that we have seen taking place, the two solar eclipses crossing paths over the new Madrid fault line, the emergence of two different broods of cicadas, the very rare comet that was seen around the same time as the solar eclipse, these were all recorded to have been seen in the 1800s, and then sometime after, only months after, the new Madrid fault line would receive a series of earthquakes so massive, they are still within the top 3 worst earthquakes of all time when we're talking about North America. And I have not even gotten into yet the very bizarre weather that has been following the same path of totality, like Hurricane Beryl, and I do believe another hurricane that followed the same path of totality. And there has also been some very strange lightning storms that has been stretching for miles, but again, directly over the new Madrid fault line. There has also been a massive increase of activity in this area as well. Just in the beginning of 2024, from January to March, there were reported 63 earthquakes. But ever since March, there has been a sharp uptick of many earthquakes. Now, some may say that's good because all these mini earthquakes may mean that this area is releasing gas, which may delay the big one. But the opposite is also true, that if you have this many cluster of earthquakes happening at one time, the big one may be coming very soon. But it's not just all the mini earthquakes. You also add in all those signs that are also happening as well. And if you're not convinced, we also have Hollywood making movies about a massive earthquake striking the New Madrid fault line. And we all know that Hollywood likes to give us the truth in plain sight. They like to give us those very strange, ritualistic, subliminal messages. But in 2024, we also have to ask, why are there so many drills? Why are there so many simulations being ran on the New Madrid fault line? Now, look, I do completely understand that areas, especially areas that are prone to earthquakes, do have drills. They have what's known as Earthquake Preparedness Month, because I always get those comments when I make a video on the New Madrid fault line drills. People say that it's completely normal. And then I'll make another video about another drill in this area. People say it's normal. And then I'll make another video, and then I'll get those comments that say it's normal. But it's not normal for this location to get 5, 6, 7 drills and multiple simulations ran on it in 1 year. And I checked it out. This did not happen in 2023. It did not happen in 2022. But around the same time, we are seeing this massive cluster of earthquakes. We're seeing all these signs that parallel with the 1800s. Now there are so many drills coming out. There are so many simulations coming out on this area. I believe it was about 2 months ago, I made a video where the National Guard came out to Missouri to run simulations, to run drills on a what if a 8.0 magnitude earthquake were to strike that area, what would they do? And then a month before that, I made a video how FEMA was actually calculating the totals and running simulations on a what if a 7.0 magnitude earthquake were to strike the New Madrid fault line, how much it would cost. Then a month before that, there was this very odd video that came out from this certain group that had shown this new map of America where they showed these disaster zones, and one of the disaster zones was the New Madrid fault line, and they were telling people they had to get out. Then they had drills and simulations going on back in April during Earthquake Preparedness Month. And then they had drills again back in February. Well, it happened again this month in October. They were running more drills and simulations. So you have to ask yourself, why are there so many drills and simulations being ran on the New Madrid fault line in 2024 when there has been such an increase in activity? Let's go ahead and take a look at this article by KFVS 12, which was published on October 16th. This article is titled, Missouri Prepares for a Possibility of Catastrophic Earthquake with Thursday Drill. So here we go again, another drill. This news article actually has video, so we're going to go ahead and play the video, and then I'll give my take after the video.
Is home to the country's second most active fault line, putting the state at risk of an earthquake. Hannah Falcon spoke with state leaders about the likelihood of a severe earthquake hitting Missouri.
We know it's coming, so we need to get ready for that.
Jeff Briggs is SEMA's earthquake program manager. He tells me there is a very real risk of a severe earthquake hitting the New Madrid fault, which runs right through southern Missouri.
It's a good bet that when a big earthquake happens, if you're in the vicinity of southeast Missouri, there's going to be damage. And anywhere in Missouri, you're certainly going to feel shaking for it.
In the case of an earthquake, or if you're participating in tomorrow's drill, here's what you'll do. When the shaking starts, you're going to want to get under a desk or another big piece of furniture. You want to make sure your head and your neck are covered and hold on for support. The state's premier first responder agency, Missouri Task Force 1, trains for all natural disasters, including the possibility of an earthquake in the New Madrid seismic zone.
That's all we're there to do is lend a helping hand. Now, we bring a whole lot of stuff with us to do that, but we've got people that are highly trained in their job descriptions in the disciplines that they're working at.
Task Force leader Chuck Leak tells me responding to an earthquake requires a coordinated effort from people of many different expertise.
It's a broad spectrum of people, and those experiences make us that much sharper.
Of course, that is the new Madrid seismic zone she's talking about, and neighboring states, including Illinois and Kansas, could also be affected if an earthquake were to hit that fault line. There is still time to sign up for the shakeout drill on SEMA's website. It happens at 10:17 a.m.
Now, some of these drills are very normal. Like I said, they happen every year, like the shakeout drill or earthquake preparedness month. But there has just been so many other drills taking place in this area. Like, for instance, this article here by KHMO AM 1070, which was published on July 19th, 2024. Why did Missouri National Guard just hold new Madrid quake drill? They have to know that something is coming, that something big is coming. When I say they, I'm talking about the powers that be, and they're not telling people. Why are they not telling people? Because a lot of people would up and leave. There would be a mass exodus. There would be chaos. If you knew that a 8.0 or greater magnitude earthquake was going to hit your location, back in the 1800s, this type of earthquake caused the Mississippi to run backwards. Many people lost their lives, where they're saying now with all the infrastructure, if an earthquake that size were to hit the New Madrid fault line, multiple states would just be uninhabitable. You couldn't live there. We're going to go ahead and look at a PDF that was created by the University of Kentucky on April 11th, 2024. This would be another simulation. This is titled Earthquake Hazard Mitigation in the New Madrid Seismic Zone, Science and Public Policy. We are going to go ahead and scroll down to where they are running numbers. As you can see, they are showing certain areas that are hit the hardest by a hypothetical earthquake on the New Madrid fault line, which would be a 8.0 or greater. As you can see, the number of people that lost their lives in certain zones, income and capital stock losses, transportation and utility system losses, and then on the right it shows the total of how much each zone would cost in relation to the impact. These calculations are just one of many. Like I said, FEMA was also calculating their own totals when it came to an earthquake greater than 8.0 striking the New Madrid fault line. Now, continuing to read the PDF, scrolling down just a little bit, it says, the study region of central counties in the New Madrid seismic zone has an estimated population of 6,841,567 and 2,074,400 single-family residences. In the best-case scenario, human casualty estimates were as low as 70, whereas the worst-case estimate was 14,784 casualties. Casualty estimates were almost always higher in the mid-afternoon, and life-threatening injury estimates were higher in the evening. The lowest casualty and injury estimates occurred during morning hours in every case. In the best-case scenario, less than 8% of single-family residences sustained any damage, and only 1,753 were totally destroyed. In the worst-case scenario, however, as much as 67% of single-family residences sustained some damage, and 182,782 were totally destroyed. This PDF also talks about how many would be without water, many would be without power. This is a very important and very detailed PDF, so I'm going to go ahead and link it in the comment section and the description box of this video. But before I do move on, I do want to take a look at some bulletins to the right. One bulletin says, for the modeled magnitude 8.1 earthquake, 14,784 deaths were estimated, depending on the time of day. Between 14,102 and 182,782 single-family residences were expected to be completely destroyed over the entire study region, and between 27,447 and 187,554 more were expected to be extensively damaged and therefore uninhabitable. This PDF is 57 pages long, and like I said, it's rather interesting just how detailed this PDF happens to be in relation to the New Madrid earthquake. And every simulation you'll find, this magnitude earthquake ranges anywhere from 7.0 to 8.0 or greater. Jackson County also released a rather interesting statement in 2024. They said in their article, today a rupture of the New Madrid fault on the magnitude of the 1811-1812 earthquakes could leave large parts of St. Louis and Memphis, Tennessee, uninhabitable, according to a 2010 study that the University of Illinois conducted and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, commissioned. A 7.7 magnitude earthquake in this area could leave more than 7 million people homeless. Then we had the USGS release a rather interesting simulation back on March 2nd of 2024, where they are saying this simulation shows the terror of a 7.7 new Madrid quake in Missouri. Reading this article once again from KHMO AM 1070, it says, if you've ever wondered what would happen if the predicted 7.7 earthquake would ever hit the new Madrid fault zone in Missouri, wonder no more. A computer simulation shows how many people and cities would be devastated in real time. This is a rather interesting simulation and article because they tell you how multiple locations would be impacted by this earthquake. For instance, they go on to say, as the shake radius expands, buildings tumble in Jonesboro, Arkansas, and Memphis, Tennessee. Carbondale, Illinois, and Clarksville, Tennessee are also both devastated as many buildings crumble. The metro area of St. Louis is next when the 7.7 new Madrid quake brings down every building that isn't earthquake-proof. As the earth continues to shake, Springfield, Illinois, and Louisville, Kentucky are impacted next. Kansas City, Missouri, and Louisville, Kentucky don't have as many buildings affected, but everyone feels the shaking. Even Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and Chicago, Illinois feel the effects of this devastating quake, which would result in an estimated $300 billion in damage, leaving 2.6 million households without power. Thousands would lose their lives instantly. These calculations are directly from FEMA as of, again, 2024. So as you can see, there are just so many drills, simulations, and numbers being ran on the new Madrid fault line as of 2024. Then there's also that map, the future map of North America that has come out, which shows California not even there because we know that a big earthquake is also going to strike California as well. But if you look to the east, you will see that the area of the new Madrid fault line is just completely devastated. It's basically splits the United States in two. All these scenarios, all these drills, all these simulations in one short period of time is not a coincidence. And then we have all these other signs taking place. And I can't shake the feeling that we will see this massive big one sometime in 2025. They go on to say, scientists and researchers go on to say that this will take place over the next 50 years. But again, taking a look at everything that's been laid out, you have to say to yourself, they are preparing for something big to happen very soon. But I do want to hear from you in the comment section below. And if you are...
Go figure. Follow me.